Hello and welcome everybody to Fight Night Legends Americas. We had the first edition of Europe earlier today, and that was amazing. And now we get to continue the action here for the Americas. I'm your host, Casanova, and joining me, as always, is the Blevins. How are you feeling about the games today? Did you get a chance to see EU?
I did. I saw a good chunk of EU. I was in and out of meetings all day, but I had it on in the background at all times and maybe yelled inappropriately at certain times during meetings when a hype moment happened, but that's okay. It was worth it because the matches were awesome. We had an EU champion crowned. Super fun to be able to, we're batting cleanup now. We're going to round out the night, not start it off and round it out, which is fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just to kick things off, of course, Blevins, why don't you break us down with the format for what Fight Night Legends is?
Absolutely. So we are going to be playing a double elimination bracket with 8 players that we have handpicked and invited for this week. Every match is going to be a best of 3. Players are bringing 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win a match, players need to win with both of their decks. And if you move your eyes over to the right, you're going to see that sweet $200 prize pool that the players are playing for. Casa, let's take a look at those players that we invited for this week.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the lobby this week. We have What Am I from 2 weeks ago. He was able to take that championship. He's going to be going up against Void in the first round. That's going to be one of the LATAM representatives. Then we've got Swim versus Zinc. We've seen both of them on Fight Nights before. Rattling Bones taking on Real Key, and Nick Makes Plays. Coming in at the end here, you're going to be taking on Green Sears. Nick's Make Plays was, of course, called out by What Am I? So we'll see if they get a chance. I mean, they'd be on a collision course for the winners final if they find each other in the winners side. So we'll see if they, if we can get that matchup, if What Am I can take down the opponent that he called out last week after his victory. But we will have to wait and see if we get that matchup. Our first matchup of the day is going to be Swim versus Zinc. I'm incredibly excited for this matchup, Lev.
Yeah, this one's going to be fun. Of course, Swim at this point, certainly a household name. Zinc, though, making a mark. I do have to call him out because he once again was invited to a fight night and once again did not bring an Emusives deck, even though 2 seasons ago he hit Masters with it. Hashtag coward. Bring Emusives, you coward. But he did, in fact, bring a couple of spicy decks. He brought a Go Get It theme deck and actually a potentially even more exciting Heimerdinger Give It All deck. Casa, yes. I don't even know. Do you even know the new cards came out? I know you've been out of the loop for a little bit. There's a new card called Give It All now.
Look, I may have not had internet for over a week. I may have just moved across the country, but I still have tried to keep up to date the best I can. And Give It All is a card that I was really excited to see in the lineup this week. And I think that it pairs well with a Heimerdinger list because you get to create all of those weak bots and then pop that Give It All, raise the power and health to the highest power and give them the keyword. So you just need one elusive to make that whole board elusive. I think it's great. It is a one of. I wouldn't expect you to want to put more copies of this in your deck, but I'm really excited to potentially get that hype moment where Zinc gets to give it all and just like find a lethal out of nowhere. I really, as much as I was happy to see Weiheimer out of the meta, this is a way I think it'll be cool to see its return in this fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. It is certainly not the same Pinky in the Brain style deck that we saw in the days of yore. Of course, Targon now being the splash here for the Vi-Heimerdinger combo here. And this is a deck that has been seeing a decent amount of representation on the ladder recently. This is for those keeping track at home, this will be the first time that I reference that I hit Master this season already. You can keep your trackers at home, and everyone placing their bets on the over-under can start the count at 1 now. But this is one that I actually saw a decent amount. It's got some interesting matchups against a lot of the spread of different decks in the meta right now, and of course is a deck that has a lot of player agency. I think we saw in the EU tournament earlier today. Players like Fresh Lobster bringing it and showing the ability to really flex the 5-head skill expression in this deck. And well, speaking of skill expression, maybe it's still there, but also maybe a more direct path to victory with this Elise Nocturne Go Get It deck.
Yeah, I mean, I want to showcase, of course, the new cards that we're going to be having from the KDA event here, and Go Get It is another one. This one is super interesting to me. You know, it seems very powerful, but of course, you have to find the right deck for it. It's certainly not one you can just play in anything, but we'll get to talk about it even more here as Zinc Elemental is going to be queuing up this Shadow Isles deck immediately for the first game. He is going to have Go Get It in this one. Really excited to see this. You know, recall an ally to summoning exact ephemeral copy and reduce its cost to 0 this round is super cool to see because, you know, summon effects with Mist Wraiths. I'm really excited to see this combination.
Yeah, works well with Mist Wraith, works well with Wraithcaller, Frenzied Skitterer. I mean, even something like Stygian Onlooker doesn't really work that way, really works super well with it, but there's just so much. You don't need to get the most amount of value. We've seen Spooky Karma decks running it with Rekindler, where you end up with like 58 karmas at the end of it. I don't actually know how many you end up with because the opponent usually concedes if it resolves, but here it's just like, yeah, if you can end up putting, you know, 6-10 plus power worth of just attack onto the board with a 5-cost card, really strong.
Yeah, and I mean, we look at this start already from Zinc, and he's got the ability to build a very wide Mist Wraith board, especially if this Stalking Shadows is to hit, you know, something like a Wraithcaller or another Mist Wraith and just continue to create that pressure. But he does have, you know, Mist Wraith into potentially a burst speed Risen Mist open attack. I love this. 6 damage going straight away. Try and force out a freeze or something from Swim, and it's going to be a Culling Strike coming in. But I really love using Risen Mist in this way to get very aggressive, especially after Swim goes into a mana banking turn. I think this is great pressure from Zinc in the early game. He gets to follow it up with a Wraithcaller on turn 4, and just the amount of pressure that this deck is already able to put on is great. I mean, I still, you know, this is something we've seen plenty of times out of Mist Wraiths. This is nothing new, but I still, every time we get a chance to have Mist Wraiths return, it's always a very exciting deck to watch nowadays.
Yeah, it's very exciting, and it's very strong. But is it strong enough, Casa, to beat Yugi Moto, who apparently has shown his ugly head here in the form of Swim, who immediately gets the Yeti and is able to put out 8 power almost instantaneously? I mean, these Mist Wraiths look, they pale in comparison to what a single Yeti has been able to do already.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, 5/5 power, that is pretty difficult for Zinc to deal with. It's definitely going to get a 2-for-1 as a 1 mana card, so that does make things a little bit more tricky for Zinc. And even this Troll Chant here is pretty brutal, as Swim is already able to construct a very defensive board via this Avarosan Trapper. And it's going to come down to what are the hits off this Stalking Shadows that Zinc is going to be able to get that stabilizes everything, as we do see that first KDA card of Fight Night in it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's really good here. It's also interesting because the Wraithcaller could have came out last turn and it would have bricked. It would have. There's only 3 non-Shadow Isles cards in the deck, and if Zinc would have played it last turn, he would have actually bricked, which could have been absolutely detrimental. As it stands, the board is kind of at parity here. Swim, of course, has a little bit more interaction in the form of freezes, has a very big board, and you know, these next couple of turns are going to be huge because, as we can see, and as we can just look at the deck from Zinc, very aggressive and can go very wide and actually very tall, considering how big the Mist Wraiths are already, extremely quickly. And if Swim ever falls behind in tempo, the game is going to end very quickly. The Yeti, the Hearthguard, all of these things are really keeping Swim in this, and it could be a harsh wins on either an attacking or defensive turn, honestly, that really turn this in Swim's favor.
Yeah, I mean, the freezes creating the ability for Swim to retake the board are certainly going to be massive here. That is absolutely what Zinc Elemental is having to watch out for.
Mhm.
And I'm curious how he's going to be able to utilize these combat tricks that he has to actually play around them. Because Risen Mist, of course, is a +1/+1 to attack for these 2 Mist Wraiths when it is played. However, that's not going to answer freezes especially well.
Right.
But the go get it, that's really what we're gonna have to look at. And Blev, I don't know. Do you think there's some opportunity here for go get it to really turn the tides on this board? Because right now, considering the hand that Swim has, I actually do think he is a little bit advantaged, even with this massive board from Zinc.
Yeah, it's really going to depend. And this Sejuani, depending on how the attacks come out, might end up being actually kind of a bait for Swim. Because now, you know, Swim's hand is on the table here, right? The attacks can come in. Zinc is going to be able to block, and he's going to be able to make the interaction here, right? Like there's not much, you know, Swim doesn't have any additional tricks. I mean, can he even represent something like a brittle steel? No, Swim does not even have any of the 1-mana tricks that we usually see in the Iron Pot or the brittle steel. So right now, Swim is basically playing, you know, with no hand on this attack, which could potentially be devastating for him with this go get it.
Yeah, so go get it, gonna come out, and this is great. This card is so sick, actually.
Yeah.
It really is, and of course,
Yep.
you know, Riot going in with the artwork and animations once again. But
Oh yeah,
we get the summon on the Mist Wraith from the go get it on the
Yep.
Wraith Collar, gives Zinc an extra trade, and he gets to resummon the Wraith Collar to buff these
Yep.
even further. I mean, this is so insane with this unit within the deck, and I'm absolutely loving this.
yeah, and I mean, we can see the Risen Mist come out again at burst speed and just have a massive attack if Zinc wants to. I mean, 21 power just worth of Mist Wraiths is coming in, not to mention an Elise and an Unspeakable Horror with the Spider to boot. So this, of course, is going to be Swim's defensive turn. He's going to be able to make some inroads here with the freezes. The question is the damage already dealt? I mean, the Yeti being a 5/1 is not great. Of course, the Trapper as well being weakened. It's going to be able to trade with a Mist Wraith, but you know, the follow-up from Swim is really not that strong. He needs, you know, a little bit more over the top. He needs something like, I mean, a Reckoning, which is actually not in the deck, would be potentially a good one, but not there actually.
Yeah, no, Swim is definitely in a bit more of a pickle. I mean, he does have the freeze here, right? So he is going to get significant value with that. The Sejuani alongside potentially the Yeti can be saved, but that doesn't allow for further development from Swim. So he's going to have to be surviving on just these units. And unfortunately for Swim, these these Avarice and Sentries are not fearsome blockers.
Right.
And a lot of the deck from Zinc is fearsome. He did build more heavily towards fearsome. This is very, very much going towards the Mist Wraith package. So those are going to be difficult to actually generate any value. And Zinc, with the double Stalking Shadows, can start to refill and find his way to punch through. But on top of that, this is an Elise level up, which is going to allow him to go around. So this is a huge setup for Zinc to try and punch through and finish the game in the next couple of turns.
And it's really going to have to be, I mean, you can look at Swim's deck. And again, just for reference, this is open deck list. So both of the players know exactly the possibilities in each other's decks. There are no surprises here. We see Captain Crunch himself. Captain Farron could be an over the top to potentially end this. But I mean, here, Zinc is going to be able to really thwart a lot of the development here and is actually going to be able to start potentially just going over the top. I mean, next turn, he's going to be threatening lethal because there's just not going to be blockers. I mean, he'll have 2 blockers.
Yeah, and I mean, Zinc, Zinc it's such a good position. I think picking up these skitters too is so good. Getting extra spiders for the Elise is going to be massive, and Zinc even knows, hey, I can take a value block. You don't have buffs that are going to be able to turn this around unless there's an extra Sejuani in the hand. I guess, from Swim. That is possible. There could be an additional Sejuani. So this block actually is maybe not entirely advisable. It gets a little bit more risky when we consider the one Fury of the North that could be in the deck, but maybe Zinc feeling like that's not enough of a warrant to dissuade the block.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering. I guess the block makes me think that Zinc is not confident that he's going to be able to win next turn, which is reasonable considering the number of freezes. This I almost don't like blocking, if only to prevent Swim from being able to draw. I think taking 4 there would have been reasonable. Put him to 5. I mean, you're still probably surviving another attack. Giving Swim the draws is just really brutal, especially when he draws a 3-draw assessor, and all of a sudden the clock is ticking down for Zinc. He's going to have to make big moves this turn. And yeah, given the freezes, I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the fact that, hey, Zinc had these frenzied skitters as well. He had the ability to go full fearsome. So giving the extra draws to Swim was potentially a fatal mistake, as those particular blockers, those Avarosan sentries, were not going to be able to block Zinc's board. There's not a way that they would unless it was that Fury of the North, the one that we talked about. But that is a one of that only works because Sejuani is on the board, right? That's the only reason it exists. And so I think that even the block didn't play around it, right? It played into it almost. If the Fury was there, you would kill off the Elise and keep your unit alive. So it feels like it would have been better to allow those to remain on board. Unless I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here.
I think if I'm trying to remember all the math, and I'm going to fail at it. So I'm just going to try to extrapolate a little bit without going. I could be wrong on math in chat. Feel free to chastise me if I am. I think there was 2 options. If you take everything, just straight up no block instantly, Zinc would go to 1 there, if I recall correctly. I believe he was at 10 and Swim was presenting 9. Even if the second Sejuani was in hand, if Zinc just presses OK, not able to respond to it. If Zinc doesn't think that he can win next turn, which would be the turn we're on now, then he wants to preserve as much life as he can, because with Overwhelm, the crackback afterwards is potentially lethal if you go too low. If you're at 1, it's very hard for him to put up a blocker for Sejuani that keeps him alive. So if he's blocking Sejuani at all, he might as well block the others because he doesn't want to go too low. So I don't mind the block. It's just I think it's playing into the cards that Swim actually has, which isn't necessarily the wrong play. The long and short of it.
Of course, yeah. It's definitely, I feel it's a tough decision there. I think both lines have their strengths and weaknesses, and unfortunately for Zinc, in this case, the line he took does get significantly punished, of course, by the assessor being able to draw into more. Now, this game I don't think is done.
No.
I will say that with Swim's position now, having so many cards, I find it very difficult to find a win for Zinc within this, but potentially drawing into Nocturne, still having the Stalking Shadows, and also having the win condition of the Harrowing. Okay. Yeah, I was getting there, Blevins. I was getting there.
Yeah, sometimes the deck will giveth. Yeah. There is also a single atrocity in the deck too, so there's certainly outs. Now Zinc on. Well, here's the thing: with the Ash coming down and Ash's Crystal Arrow, the Harrowing is not necessarily lethal next turn,
right?
Because the Ash's Crystal Arrow, I believe, will freeze essentially the whole board. If I'm remembering what Ash's Crystal Arrow does,
I think it will. It's health.
Yeah, so it will freeze the whole board. So, I mean, that is a card I have accidentally played into probably more than any other card. I don't imagine that Zinc will do the same, but it is it pretty much colds this Harrowing entirely.
Yeah, I would have, you know, as I was slow rolling myself into Zinc's top end, I think it is good to point out that both of Zinc's top end threats, the Atrocity and the Harrowing, have counters represented within Swim's list. Now,
Yep.
the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is a conditional one of in the deck that he has to get to answer the Harrowing, but Harrowing is just a one of for Zinc, so it's not too incredibly hard to be like, okay, well, I will have a leveled Ash by the time Harrowing is relevant. I think that's actually fairly reasonable to ask for Swim. Now, on the other side, Atrocity is answered by all the freezes, so overall, as this game devolves into the end stages, the advantage heavily swings towards Swim, especially when he gets a fistful of cards off of that Assessor like he did earlier. It puts Zinc in the spot where he really needed to be the beatdown earlier. It's rare we see Mistwraith decks get to 9 power and not have won the game already. It is not a common occurrence, but that's where we are for Zinc, and he's not in a good spot at this point in the game, considering the hand that we see for Swim.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that any Mistwraith at this point is just lethal. There is still the 2 challenger units for Zinc. The good part about Zinc's last attack last turn is that he both presented lethal and also presented favorable blocks for him. That was the beauty of the Elise there, being able to, you know, actually present a lethal threat that needed to be dealt with something like a Harsh Winds, and then if that happens, all of the blocks are essentially going in Zinc's favor. The problem, of course, being that Assessor really gave Swim a lot of resources, so that even if he's taking these trades that aren't necessarily favorable in terms of power level, just doing 1-for-1s is going to allow Swim to come out ahead because he just has so many more cards right now.
Yeah, and we see Swim considering an attack here, getting an extra freeze down, getting some value out of this Glory Seeker, and of course Swim having the luxury of having this flash freeze in hand means that the Ash is safe. So if Zinc were to commit one of these blockers, could just be stopped by a flash freeze. Zinc is not going to. He's going to offer up the 1-for-1 with the Babbling Bjerg, and I think, of course, we're going to see Swim take that. But the challenger keywords on the side of Zinc Elemental, I'm wondering if this will actually make a problem for Swim, or if these flash freezes are just going to be enough. As it's so satisfying to watch the Mistwraith buff at this point, you know, because they do it one at a time. I don't know if they do that on purpose, but just
I wonder. I think 10 power Mistwraiths. That's got to be a square on the Fight Night Bingo card. It's got to be, right. I mean, this is pretty cookie cutter. Take the trades and do two flash freezes. That's gonna do it. Swim even has the opportunity to pop a Culling Strike to save the wolf if he wants to. Oh no, he can't do that. The Culling Strike doesn't do anything.
The order got flipped after the first pull.
Yep, that was I believe correct.
Yeah, I think so too.
11, so that would leave 6 + 5. He could do flash freeze, troll chant, Culling Strike. That would allow the wolf to be saved. Or actually, you don't even need to cast the Culling Strike at that point. You could, but the flash freezes have to come out. There they are, and now it's Swim says, "Yeah, this can happen. We'll take a trade. We'll take a little bit of damage on the Ash. That's fine. You have 2, for all intents and purposes, infinite power units on board. They're going to be frozen by an Enchanted Crystal Arrow and cannot block. I'm going to be attacking for lethal," is what it is presenting thus far.
Yeah, so at this point, Zinc is just on Atrocity as really the only potential answer, right? Because he's seen so many freezes, and I was wondering, there's been too many. Oh, that is so interesting. I was wondering if he was going to try and get some extra Mistwraiths on board.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Just so he can play Doom Beast as well. But his hand has been too good for his harrowing.
Wow.
He's had too good of a curve, and Swim just had the answers, because when your harrowing looks like this, it means, how have you not won this game? How have you not won?
Yeah.
It's a level release. It's 4 Wraith Callers.
Yeah,
What happened?
This is Zinc just oh wait. Oh, was it just bugged? It must have just been bugged.
The eye not
The eye must
working
be
properly,
bugged.
because this is how this should work, right?
I would think so.
That's
yeah.
so funny. I love this, but here we go. We get the
We get all the animations.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, Riot. Someone clip it and ship it. Tell them the eye's not working properly. Yeah, because no, this makes sense. Logically, it summons one at a time, and then they would.
Right.
Yeah, okay, but we'll see if he hits the atrocity though.
Risen Myths is interesting because now
it's close, but it's not enough, right, Blev? It's the
probably not, because this is gonna freeze everything. Risen Mists plus Doom Beast is gonna come out. There's only gonna be one blocker because the Ash will freeze. The drain is not going to be relevant. Zinc not even going for the drain. Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, there's Risen Mist will buff. So they will be able to
they're going to be able
attack.
to. That's right. I'm thinking Fearsome, not Ash. So yes, this will work. This will work. And
Can
it will work
Zinc
at burst
recover,
speed.
though? That's the question. Now this
Right.
is blockable, but it's not. Oh my god, these mist rates, man.
So much. And brutal for Zinc is the Ash was top decked and is going to be able to freeze the big Mist Wraith and save his Ash, or he could just let it die and actually have probably just replay it.
But this is, I mean, I don't know if I've seen Mist Wraiths this big, at least not commonly. It's been a really long time. Maybe when Mist Wraith meta was around, but even back then there were actually like less ways for you to just create all these Mist Wraiths. You didn't have Risen Mist. You didn't,
that deck was so aggressive that it just never got this.
Yeah, we saw, Go Get It was able to generate 2 charges for it. Like,
right.
You have Stalking Shadows, which found some more Wraith Callers earlier. Like, I don't know if I've seen 13 attack Mist Wraiths, and if I have, it has not been recently. But Arachnoid Horror probably not going to do it for Zinc. I think we see Swim just kind of rounding the corner on this one. It really was that Assessor turn that completely swung this, and it was able to just take this for Swim. And Zinc gonna Shen emote, and we'll see the attack probably come in from Swim in just a second here. Just close that one out. But that's just game 1 of our first match of today's fight night. And Ash Nox kind of coming back. We saw it a little bit earlier. We see a couple versions. I think it's 2 players have brought Ash Noxus to fight night tonight. So it's had some good success recently. I specifically remember Arax playing it a couple weeks ago, taking 3rd. I think there was one more placement that was in the top 3 with an Ash Nox after that as well. Kuvira's name is coming to mind. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but either way, Ash Nox has been making a comeback in tournament. I think it's got some great matchups. It worked really well against the Shadow Isles list once it was able to stabilize past that early game aggression, but beating a 13 attack Mist Wraith is
multiple of them even.
Right, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's insane that he was able to survive for so long against that aggressive, fearsome deck. And we're going to see if Zinc can have better success with this list going up against Shen Fiora, but it is a unit-based deck he's playing, and Shen Fiora is good against unit-based decks. So I'm not liking the odds just from the get-go for Zinc, but we have seen, this Shen Fiora deck brick out, draw too many spells, and this is an aggressive list that Zinc is running. It could just completely steamroll a bad hand from Swim.
It absolutely could. The Shen Fiora deck is certainly a a fickle mistress, to say the least. It is relatively standard in what it's doing, but it, like you said, it has the, it's very synergistic in that you want the right mix of units and spells, and you can have the old draw the wrong half of your deck syndrome. Looks like a pretty decent mix here for Swim so far, at least, though.
Yeah, and Swim even playing 3x Warchef, even with the nerfs, deciding that, hey, still like this card with my challengers, running Fleet Feather Tracker, yep. Laurent Protégé, Fiora, and Screeching Dragon. So pretty much just typed in the keyword challenger and grabbed a good mix of those. So yep. I think I do like the Warchef in that context. When you have that many challengers going to turn 2 Warchef into turn 3, challenger unit seems quite good. And we see Swim going to start with the Laurent Protégé. He's even got that Sharp Sight in hand, which has been a really great buff for Demacia. A lot of Demacia lists have been really loving this.
Sharp Sight has been really great. It does everything that you want. And even the random I can sometimes block elusive units clause, certainly relevant. I've been on both ends of that for sure. Swim's list is a little bit interesting if you're comparing it to a traditional Shen Fiora deck. I did get a chance to catch a lot of Swim's streams the last couple of days when he was testing this out with his test partner Kuvira, who of course is a Fight Night champion in their own right, as well as a multiple-time Fight Night player. And basically, they changed the deck a little bit. It's less of a Shen Fiora sort of starter deck and more of the philosophy of what happens if we played Scouts or like a Bannerman style deck for Demacia and used Ionia instead of Bilgewater. And I think, the River Shaper has really proven its value over the last couple of weeks, and the Denies are just a really strong, you almost kind of need Deny in the Field of Rush meta that we're in right now to have a chance as a unit-based deck like the Shen Fiora deck. So, we're not seeing the barrier focused cards like the Greenglade Caretaker. We're seeing Warchef's an OG favorite for many Demacia decks, and besides that, it's pretty much just your standard Bannerman list with River Shaper instead of Bannerman.
Yeah, it looks like some very old school Demacia. And just having the Shen included, the combination of Shen plus Fiora for the turn 4 when you do get that is so incredibly powerful. And I think that this version, looking at it more in depth, it does look less prone to bricking out. Probably has fewer peaks than we've seen out of some of the other Fiora Shen decks, with the really big nut draws that they can get with the spells buffing up a Fiora and just finding that win condition. But consistency wise, I think this looks a little bit better, especially against other minion based more aggressive decks. So specifically in this matchup, I think Swim should be having a better time than he would be if he was playing the more common version of Fiora Shen that we've seen.
Yeah, I think Swim and Kuvira did a really good job of sort of questioning the auto includes, air quotes auto includes in the deck. The Caretaker, it's a cool card with a Shen. It gets pumped from Riposte, and some other lists are running even more barriers. But at the end of the day, a lot of times it's like a 1-mana 3/2 that you need to do work to get to that, which is fine, but it's not. You'd rather just run something like a Cythria and just get a 1-mana 2/2 all the time, forever, right? And not having to play around that, and instead loading up on more consistent cards seems to be the thought process there, and it's working out right now. I mean, this is exactly what you want if you're Swim. A bunch of small units and you having a bunch of beefy challengers to eat them.
Yeah, and man, this card looks so good every time he plays it. I love this Blev. This is like,
yeah,
it feels so strong. But of course the Deny is gonna answer it, but I still I know I got hyped up, but that's just because, guys, I've been gone for like a week. I haven't gotten to be playing the set so much. I didn't have internet. The Wi-Fi was not working. I was like using Wi-Fi of a dry cleaner next door.
Oh no!
It wasn't working very well. I
That was
couldn't
what
really
all
play.
that rattling was.
Yeah. And so I haven't gotten to really see a lot of these cards in action. So I'm getting this is my like kind of almost first impressions on them.
Yeah.
And it looks so good in this deck. I absolutely love it.
It's really cool. You didn't get to necessarily play with the cards, but boy, are your clothes clean after being in that dry cleaner so many times. It's for so many hours. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly a strong card. Obviously, we saw it there. Eat a deny. Unfortunately, that's kind of what it's destined to do in this matchup, considering there's actually only the Go Get It's and then, you know, something like a Vile Feast or the One of Atrocity and Harrowing that are going to be deny targets. So Go Get It, unfortunately, is likely destined to eat the denies forever, but still puts a little bit of pressure on Swim's mana. And, you know, as this deck from Zinc, you're fine, you know, trading even a little bit more mana for any amount of Swim's mana, because it's just it's an angle to tax him on for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, of course, taxing the denies is going to be good considering those big win cons that Zinc does have. Of course, for Zinc, I think he would have loved to have that Go Get It go through. I think it was in a spot that was like absolutely crushing. But looking at the setup right now, Zinc has pushed Swim to 11 HP. He has that Atrocity in hand. He has taxed a deny. And we look at Swim, no single combat, no concerted strike. So no interaction to the Atrocity.
Right.
Other than deny. And yes, I know. I can look up there and I can see that Swim has deny.
Right.
And he's going to be fine. But for Zinc, I would be feeling pretty good in this spot because you've just taxed one in a position that didn't feel like Swim like it felt like Swim had to deny there. You know, it didn't feel like it was I could hold it if it's my one to wait for your One of Atrocity or Harrowing. It really felt like a forced deny. So my hand reading, if I'm Zinc, isn't necessarily like, oh yeah, he had second deny, so he's just going to throw it. So this spot, you start to feel good. And unfortunately for Zinc, you know, if it comes down that he throws out this Atrocity, yeah, it's going to be crushing because Swim does have this second deny on hand.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're seeing this attack here. And I think it actually kind of bodes poorly for, well, it's going to get blown out by, of course, the sharp sight here. This is just going to be, well, I guess Zinc's board's gone now. But it really did, you know, the allure of the Atrocity meant that, you know, Zinc was willing and almost kind of priced into making a more risky attack just to get that extra few points of damage in. And, you know, as we see from Swim, I mean, he's still got a decent amount of board and has a little bit of interaction still.
Yeah, it's going to start to come down to Zinc trying to find the refill on this because this Atrocity is still like a game-ending threat. If you're Zinc, if you're thinking from Zinc's perspective, I have this Atrocity. I have to be looking to get my opponent to a low enough HP value that I can win with it. And Doom Beast, doubling up Doom Beast might be a way to start pushing towards that. I mean, that is worth 4 points of damage.
Yeah.
That is going to be pushing Swim down to 7. And it can help him go wide, but double Mistwraith as well. I mean, that is another option. I think the reason we see the Mistwraith here, Blev, is because of the fact that Zinc is on not only Nocturne, but also Frenzied Skitter. So he has the opportunity to push Swim's attack values far below the threshold for blocking Fearsome. And that in itself should represent more damage than any Doom Beast possibly could.
Yeah, this is the awkward spot, though, for Zinc, is that, yeah, he's priced into playing something here, right? Because even though Swim has such a massive board and could do a good chunk of damage, Swim, I think, is still fine if he just passed there, if only to tax the mana of Zinc. Right now, Zinc needs 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not even, like, it has too many spells to cast in one turn with his unit. So he actually does need to put some pressure in now. He can't afford to do it all on one turn. So that Frenzied Skitterer does end up getting eaten here, taking a couple more damage, but now Zinc gets to try to do exactly what you said and put forth that big fearsome board.
Ooh, and Go Get It. I'm wondering if that's going to have any room to create an opportunity here for Zinc.
Ooh.
I'm not sure that it does, actually. I think normally using it as a combat trick is quite good. I think the Nocturne into the attack makes the most sense here. He didn't need both the Skitter and the Nocturne to push down that 3-attack creature from being able to block Fearsome. So this is just 3 Fearsome units going in. There's already vulnerable on the Screeching Dragon, so just going to put it on the next highest attack value. And this is where Zinc starts to push for the win, but that Riposte is going to be quite a good answer alongside the Bright Steel Protector being in hand for Swim. And now, I mean, 3 mana remaining for Zinc. He just can't really find his way around this, at least not super well.
No, the good news potentially is that I believe 5 damage is going to be getting through here. I don't think Swim will go to 1. So I would imagine that this Riposte is going to come out. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9. Okay, so actually I think it would be Swim would be presenting exactly lethal on the crack back, but there is a blocker. So the good news for Zinc is I don't believe that open attack is presenting lethal. That's a good thing. And then Zinc has the possibility to have the Go Get It be the deny bait for the Atrocity, because the Go Get It can potentially be very juicy and would threaten a lot of value and the ability to go wide, which may open up the opportunity for this Atrocity to get through. Zinc just needs to add an additional power to a Mistwraith or get 1 extra damage somewhere.
Yeah, I'm 13. Interested if in this spot, if Zinc could have held on to that Wraithcaller after seeing the Go Get It draw, if that could have been a little bit better for trying to get this board a little bit wider later on. But I think the consideration had to just be that Zinc thought he could potentially win on this turn or needed to win on that turn. And that's probably why we saw the Wraithcaller, because I think it of course represented more damage by being able to drag the Screeching Dragon with that Wraithcaller itself. And I think, Zinc was probably playing for the short game there, and I'm not sure that I can blame him in that spot. I think it does feel like you need to go for the short game with the Wraithcallers here. And I'm curious if the other line would have worked out, but with this attack coming in, I think that's just going to do it. I think that's exactly enough, right? It's 16.
I was missing the fact that the 2-1 Challenger was still there. I was thinking that Swim was going to have to pull with the dragon. This does technically threaten lethal.
Doesn't it?
Would be
does
a very.
I don't think so. I don't think he can do this.
Should.
Wait, can he? If he swaps the order, does that work?
No, if he would need it to go in that order. I think it's just the eye is bugged, because
is the eye bugged?
It almost certainly is, because it will. You want that to happen first. Right.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, we're not going to be able to see it play out anyway, but it's definitely
because the deny. Does that actually works, though, Blev? It should. So the Atrocity, it doesn't fizzle. Instead, it'll go on the target that was there. It acts
works
as a full
like
replace.
Shen spell. Yeah. It works like Shen spell. I'm pretty sure that it does. Maybe it doesn't. Now I'm second guessing myself.
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if
it buffs others. Okay.
Oh, Chat has the answer for us. Okay.
Zinc, literal Zinc has the answer.
Got it. That is still very cool
Zinc
though.
I
think that's still awesome. That he was even looking for that play too. I think that's really cool. unfortunately for Zinc, even if that did work, there's just this deny here, and we have Swim. Swim's got that, and so he's going to be able to take this first series 2-0 over Zinc Elemental. Really well done from Swim. I like this lineup build. I think that this matchup was pretty rough for Zinc to find a win with the Shadow Isles deck. Considering what he was going up against from Swim, I think that both of these lists did really well. And if Swim was reading that he was going to run into some more aggressive early game unit-based lists, well, he read right, and he's going to have a good time in this tournament if he keeps running into them.
Yeah, I think the call, and perhaps rightly so, on the meta was one pillar is Scouts, and the other pillar is Feel the Rush / War Mothers style decks. The Shadow Isles, Freljord aggressive, or sorry, not aggressive, the opposite of that, control. And this deck has kind of an all right matchup against either, with the denies, and of course the ability to be either very aggressive or very unit focused, combat based, with the Fiora and the Shen.
Yeah, I mean, that was super good round one. I think actually all of the round ones have concluded. I think that was the last one in round one. So we'll be moving on to the winners semifinals next. We'll take a look at the bracket when we get a chance. But you know, looking through just for myself right now, seeing Void take down What Am I? We have the previous champ has gone to the losers bracket, and he was running the same lineup that we had seen previously. So I'm curious, what do you make of that? I mean, here we're going to get it up on screen now. Saw Swim just got that victory, so of course that'll be updated in just a moment. But What Am I falling in the first round with the same lineup that we've seen him play before? He's done so well on it, and so that's Void taking it to him, bringing a good showing to start things off, and he'll be against Swim next. And that pillar of the meta, the Scouts, that's one of Void's decks. So I think that might be a hard matchup for him.
It certainly is, and shout outs to Swim as well as Kuvira and any of the other folks that help them with their lineup building. I mean, we literally saw Kuvira's lineup win a fight night before Kuvira was actually able to play. That's how good of a read that they have on the meta. And I think it's still early in the tournament, but it seems like they kind of nailed it, at least from the philosophy here. We also, of course, on the bottom half of that winner's side saw Nick Makes Plays, who was called out by What Am I, taking down their first round 2-0, as well as Real Key taking down Rattling Bones 2-1. And Rattling Bones, of course, is a perennial top 5 ladder player, as well as a multi-time fight night. I believe I don't know if Rattling Bones is one, but certainly
I will say
second a lot.
He's a perennial top 5 ladder player and a perennial top 4 top 4 fight night player, and a lot of times he's top 2'd. But we might get a chance to see Bones later if he can make yet another losers bracket run. He's done it multiple times, and that will be exciting to see. But we will have that will conclude the first round. We will have the winners semifinals coming up next. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. There's more Runeterra action coming right at you. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just had our very first round of the night, and we're going to be moving on to the winners semifinal. But before we jump into that, I'd love to take a look at a recap of the set that we just saw between Swim and Zinc. I think that was a really good matchup, but we saw Swim coming out on top with this lineup that was really solid against the more unit heavy aggressive deck from Zinc. We see, of course, that that was the Ashe Nox going up against that's Ionia SI. Just a little typo there, but of course, this is just going to be the 2-0 that Swim was able to pick up going against the Shadow Isles list.
Yeah, it was. It certainly, it just didn't line up. It seemed like Zinc got like 65, maybe 75% of the way there, and then Swim was able to stabilize and push over the top. And there's a couple of key turns. We mentioned the one with the sentries drawing a couple of cards that led into another card that drew even more cards, and then it was just overrun with card advantage. Of course, it didn't quite get there for Zinc, but that's Swim winning the first one.
Yeah, and well, we're getting word that actually the winner semifinal starting up right now. We're going to be jumping into the match between Nick Makes Plays and Real Key, starting off real fast. But Nick Makes Plays going to be running that patented Nightfall that he has played so many times. This is like his signature deck, and every time he's been on Fight Night, he ends up not bringing it. And well, he generally regrets not bringing it. So I'm glad that he's actually decided to bring his signature deck this time. And it's so far it's paid off. He 2-0'd Green Seers in the first round. He's got a chance to go at Real Key here.
Yeah, and Nightfall, it's generally billed as Nightfall aggro. But Nick has been one of the main proponents of saying that that's kind of a misnomer. It can be aggro, but it's not really. It's more of a mid-range deck, right? It's not just play is fast and unload your hand in the same way that like a pirate aggro or the old PNZ Noxus aggro decks were. It's much more mid-range. It has a lot more interaction to it than some other aggro decks, and of course the if you actually took a look at some of the highest win rate decks on ladder, this one is actually up there in the top. It's like secretly one of the best decks on ladder. It's just not as represented in terms of quantity as some of the others.
Yeah, absolutely. And going up against Real Key here, we do see that this is going to be a Feel the Rush deck, I believe. Wait, yeah, okay. I see. See, even without ever seeing these cards, except for a few hours earlier on Fight Night EU, I still got it, Blev. Feel the Rush.
Yeah, see,
12 mana card.
You are one of the few, because Feel the Rush has very much so overtaken the meta on the ladder in spades. Even more so than War Mothers was kind of on the rise when we casted a couple of weeks ago and was certainly in the mix. Feel the Rush has all but dominated the ladder. At least it has solidified itself as one of the major pillars. So this is one of the decks that was certainly on just about everyone's radar coming into this event.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if Real Key can make it towards that late game against Nick here. I mean, Nick does have options to go very aggressive with Nightfall. That is, why a lot of people think that it's an aggro deck initially, is it does have the options to be a very aggressive list. But as you mentioned, it does have the capabilities of taking it to a longer game. And that can be very important when it is trying to pilot against these more controlling decks. And we see Cygnus the Moonstalker. There's two of them here for Nick that could potentially make the big difference of getting over the hump on this 11 health that Real Key has left. Of course, there is healing in the deck, so it's going to need to be more than that. But the buff to Cygnus, importantly, does dodge out on Avalanche, which would have been devastating on a prior patch.
Unfortunately for Nick here, was kind of priced into playing into something like a Ruination, put out a little bit and realized, oh, okay, it's not Ruination. And then it's actually just going to be Avalanche into Withering Whale, which is actually worse than rotation in this case, because Real Key is not only going to kill everything, but is also going to be able to keep this Ice Pillar as well. I mean, this is the place, if you're Real Key, that this is where you want to be with this deck. I mean, I played this deck actually up to Master. That's 2 for those counting the number of times I've mentioned that I hit Master this season. This is the deck I played up to Masters. It's just so good. I mean, Real Key's going to be going into 10 plus 2 spell mana. He's going to be able to jam a Feel the Rush. There's really not much of a response that Nick could even possibly have in the deck. Oh, by the way, just 20 power worth of units is going to be coming down. No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, Nick definitely doesn't have answers within Nightfall to this. He has to be able to go over the top, and Cygnus, while, granting elusive is a good way to go over the top, it is not an attacking turn right now, so the grant elusive for this turn not super helpful, and Cygnus himself just being 5 power is not going to be enough to make the difference. So it does look like Real Key will be able to take this game 1. I'm curious if Nick does have outs, any kind of miracle stuff that he can do with the Nightfall, but I think it's unlikely, if not impossible, from this exact point for Nick to make something happen. The only thing I can think of is some kind of shenanigans with the Cygnus on top of a unit that has been buffed, but the gem can't even be played. Oh, I guess it could, right? So now it would have to be like gem into like Pale Cascade into Stygian Onlooker into Cygnus. Like there's probably some other like weird thing, but that would also mean that there would have to be no response from Real Key. So I think that kind of situation happening is, of course, not something that we expect to go down.
Right. I mean, this is really close.
Yeah, it is.
And is presenting lethal. Of course, we know with Cast Division ain't going to happen, but it certainly is about as close as you can ask for if you are Nick. At least the opportunity there, of course, the Real Key can choose any number of cards in their hand to cast, and it will be at least close to good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does go to show the miraculous things that Nightfall can do, though, because this was like, okay, well, Nick just absolutely lost, and then he just produced 15 damage. Yeah, it was like, oh, well, okay, that's crazy. Well, but it still wasn't enough. But it's like the fact that he's able to just find these things with even just one draw. It just shows the flexibility of this deck past just being something that rams you down with aggro in the early game with things like Stygian Onlooker and Crescent Guardian. It has so much more flexibility. And I mean, that's why Nick loves this deck so much. That's why he continues to play it. And that's why I still think that Nightfall does have a place in the tournament format, but it is just one of the hardest decks to play.
It's super hard to play, and it also because of the Fight Night format where it's region lock, you're losing Shadow Isles and you're losing Targon, which traditionally this isn't where you'd want to be putting both of those. Those are two very, very key regions. Both actually can go with Freljord, coincidentally enough. And be top tier decks. Now, of course, Nick ended up bringing this plus discard aggro, which is a different flavor. Was really kind of in vogue a couple of weeks ago and has fallen a little bit out. But here we're going into the next game. Nick still running the Nightfall deck here, and Real Key playing the other pillar of the meta, the Scouts.
Yeah, and well, I mean, discard has found wins in a couple recent weeks, actually. Swim won a few weeks ago, and then the last Fight Night, What Am I won with discard aggro. So it's been, while it's not been a common deck, it's been a common winner recently, actually. And we do see it a little bit more this week. We see What Am I once again brought discard aggro, and then also we're seeing discard aggro from Nick here. But of course, What Am I lost in the first round, and we'll see if Nick can start to bring this back against Scouts. I think that is the tough one here, is beating Scouts twice can be quite the feat just because of the nature of how explosive the deck is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the main reasons that we have not seen discard aggro as much, at least in this last week, is that it is really kind of soft to feel the rush. You know, when it was more War Mother centric, you know, you can theoretically outburn them and race them down, and even if they get a War Mothers off, it's usually too much of a lack of tempo, right? They cast a War Mothers, they can hit a Tryndamere, it doesn't matter, you're getting attacked for 15 right when you're at 6. With Field of Rush, if you get your air quotes War Mothers card in Field of Rush, you actually just win, and there's nothing that this card is doing unless they have the burn right then and there. So you know, I think it's a little bit soft to that. I've played on both ends of that matchup on my run to master. That's 3 this season. So I did err towards I aired more towards the Field of Rush deck over the discard aggro.
Yeah. It's gonna destroy me slowly. But it's
wait,
all right.
The fact that I'm going to keep bringing it up, or the fact that I hit master and you didn't? That's the
one. That's
both.
Both, actually, both. Really both. But no, I love that this deck is getting, you know, some more play, and I think that the positions that Nick is going to be able to find himself in with Nightfall are generally going to be good. But yeah, Scouts is certainly terrifying, and we do have Nick starting to make his way back onto the board with these next couple turns. He does pick up the double Lunari Dusk Bringer as well, so going to be able to set up Nightfall pretty much for the rest of the game off those 2 draws. He should never have an issue setting up Nightfall from this point forward, and even forces out a Ranger's Resolve with that Unspeakable Horror here, which of course for Real Key that is a worthy trade, as he will be able to use this Valor to get an extra proc for Misfortune and clear away this Solari soldier.
Yeah, this is, you know, Nick is playing the Nightfall deck, but this is certainly turning into a nightmare scenario with a Misfortune coming in. The Ranger's Resolve has just been an all-star. I mean, ever since it came out, like, that card has just done so much work. It, you know, it can really, something so small and so subtle can really swing combat in a way that you really only need an inch a lot of the times with the Scouts deck to get ahead. You don't need a full mile. And, you know, here, getting an extra attack proc with the Misfortune is huge. We see not 1, but 2 Relentless Pursuits in hand. And, you know, it's definitely a Fight Night bingo space if you lose a game with a leveled up Misfortune. That is certainly a bingo square.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw it earlier on Fight Night EU. We actually saw an MF level, and it just immediately ended the game. So it is commonly talked about how Misfortune's level up is so powerful. It is generally kind of hard to reach the level up for Misfortune. She's not an incredibly durable follower to have on the board, but when she does get there, it's devastating, especially against a deck that can attack you so many times. And, you know, Nick doesn't have great direct removal for the Misfortune, but he does have this Nocturne, importantly, in hand, which can grant that vulnerable keyword to the MF and then allow Nick to actually make some plays towards clearing that away.
I see what you did there. It allows Nick to make plays. Love it. And this is actually a very interesting play because... actually, never mind. It's not an interesting play because you don't actually gain an extra mana, so he can't actually cast Nocturne here.
Right.
But he can push quite a bit of damage with an additional Stygian Onlooker here. Even can put on more damage if he wants to. This is at least going to be pushing quite a bit. MF really can't block reasonably because of the threat of Pale Cascade. And this will put Real Key down to 7.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is a lot of pressure, and the Nocturne is primed to level up on his next play. So when Nick wants to go for his next attack, he's going to be turning these 3 attack followers and champion, of course, with Misfortune into 2 attack, and then granting the Nightfall units fearsome, or all the units fearsome even.
Yeah.
For Nocturne. So the opportunity for Nick to end on this Nocturne play on this next turn is very high if he can find, enough units to go wide to get around the Genevieve. So this is definitely a good spot for Nick. I like how this has been set up. But obviously, Misfortune potentially looking to level up here could maybe throw a wrench in that overall, at least considering that she will have enough attack value to block. But maybe the fact that, there still will be the vulnerable. You can still pull the MF. There might be, this might just be curtains for Nick to actually find this here.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough because Misfortune is going to be leveling on this attack. That will threaten 8, 11 with the shot. So technically Nick could just he can chump block with the Bertrand.
Yeah.
Or the Beamer rather. He can chump block the Beamer. And not go too low. And then now it's, can Nick put forth enough of a threat to actually either kill Real Key or at least force the Misfortune to die here? And that's going to be tough because there are those 2 Relentless Pursuits, which are going to limit the number of actions that Nick has until he's actually able to attack.
Right, but he can go Nocturne straight away.
True.
And I think that going Nocturne at first action means that if Real Key plays Relentless Pursuit, I think that he would lose. But maybe this also works for Nick to just go Doom Beast, drain a little bit of life.
Yep.
This actually currently is keeping him alive from just a rallied attack. He would still live if there was nothing else that happened. So he doesn't have to actually be worried about that unless it's comboed with something else. And yeah, we see Riposte and we see 2 Ripostes and make it rain. There's some options here, but I think that this is a fairly safe line from Nick, and he can set up for this Nocturne still. He still has Unspeakable Horror as the response instead. Overall, things seem quite good in this spot.
Yeah, this
There's
actually
room for a mistake, though, I think.
Oh, this could be brutal because this will pull the Misfortune. Yes, it's going to get saved by Riposte.
The reason he did this is because he saved mana for Unspeakable Horror in the event of Riposte. This is very, very good.
Yep.
Even if he doesn't win here, which he will, he's going to be able to survive or the damage pushed through. The Riposte would still not be an answer. So this is great.
Yeah,
from Nick overall, really well piloted, and that's going to net him a win with Nightfall and lead into a game number 3. Just discard aggro versus Scouts remaining. I mean, Blev, you're a fan of Scouts. I don't know if you played it a ton recently, but I just want to pick your brain on this matchup in particular with discard versus Scouts. I don't know if you've played it a lot recently. I know discard has had some more popularity on ladder. I know Scouts has had some popularity on ladder, but I don't know if either of them have been in your wheelhouse this season.
Oh, I played basically every single deck known to man, and this season on my, of course, miraculous run to master. I think that's 4 now. I'm losing track. Maybe it's 5. I don't know. This matchup, I mean, it's kind of a cop out to say it's draw dependent, but it really kind of is, if only for the discard side, because you really, really need to go 1 into 2 into 3, and hopefully into your turn 4 being a little bit flexible. You can bank on one of those turns, probably not turn 2. I mean, ideally you want to go like Zonite Urchin, Jury Rig into House Spider. So turn 1 House Spider into turn 2 House Spider into Draven or something like that.
Right.
But it's really going to be dictated by the draw of discard. This is a very aggressive hand. for the discard deck. It's looking good. The Scouts deck is the straight and arrow, though. It's very consistent, and if there is a slip up from Nick here, it will be punished.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of looks good. This could be mapped out into a really perfect situation for Nick, where he goes Saboteur into House Spider and then Get Excited to Misfortune on turn 3. Like, that would be very, very good for Nick if that was the situation, because he has that Visions as well. And we could see that with this draw. I mean, actually, what we're looking at right now theoretically could lead to exactly that scenario. And that certainly would be a spot that Nick would want to be in. And I wonder, you know, of course, like you said, it's draw dependent. I think a lot of aggro matchups where they are this explosive are somewhat draw dependent inherently. They always have to be, just because of the fact that they are explosive decks. And if they draw a lot better than you, they might just kill you on turn 5 or 6. And you know, at that point, yeah, it is draw dependent in that sense. So we'll see if Nick is able to set up kind of that perfect line that he wants. But in this spot, Realkey gonna greed out for the barrier and gonna get rewarded with some value in this spot.
Yep, this is gonna be big. Gonna get a little bit of value. Anything that can slow down the discard aggro deck is gonna be huge. As we can already see, there are 2 Get Exciteds in hand, which is just gonna be brutal. They even see the Arena Battlecaster. Going to be able to put forth a very big attack. Now, the problem here is, you know, Realkey really wants to have that 1 additional mana to possibly save the Misfortune. So I don't, well, in this case, the Misfortune would be safe, but you can't really block with it. So not even going to opt to play it. The very brutal thing about discard aggro is that it can generate power out of literal 0 mana with Poro Cannon and Vision. So you don't even have the, you know, if Misfortune, if you want it to reliably live, you can't block here if you play Misfortune. So I think this is a reasonable attack from Nick. You really can't take turns off with it, especially when, you know, the Fleet Feather Tracker is there with the Misfortune. Is really not where you want to be.
It's so funny about the mental game on this deck, because there's the option of snapping it off to be like, hey, I've got Poro Cannon Visions. I've got the best hand. You don't want to block me. And then there's also the mental game of like, I don't have anything. You should block me here so I can just blow you out with Poro Cannon Visions. But end of the day, he doesn't have it, and it's just going to be a big trade across the board, and Realkey is going to get value out of this Misfortune on the block.
Yeah, on the one hand, I kind of don't like the block from Realkey because of that specific line. On the other hand, you know, don't make bluffs that your opponent has to call, right? That's the classic adage of don't make a bluff that your opponent has to call, because then it's not really a bluff then, is it? Or it's not a good one, because you know. And here, I mean, this is the time. I mean, the aggression is stopped. There is no real refill. We only see, you know, we see, of course, the 2 Get Exciteds, but that is not even half of the damage that needs to be done. This Blinding Assault is going to be quite big here.
Yeah, it does feel like Nick is not very happy with his hand at this point. He doesn't have good discard fodder to set up for these Get Exciteds or for the Rummage. So really, Nick needs to see some kind of heavy draw or a Jinx. Actually, really just Jinx would be great for Nick here.
Yeah,
but he has not been able to find that whatsoever, and it's just going to be a House Spider. So I mean, even rummaging to look for Jinx doesn't feel great, but at a certain point, I wonder if it's necessary to just try and find that card, as it really is the only thing that can start to bring him back into this game.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate it. You don't necessarily have to do it this turn. We could see the House Spider developed and essentially have another turn for Rummage. Draven is all right, but not great.
Yeah, it at least provides some discards available for the rummage. So getting those spinning axes,
Yeah.
it's certainly one of the better draws, I would say. But again, Jinx is like really the thing that is needed at this point for Nick to try and come back. And I mean, there's Genevieve on board at this point. Realkey kind of hitting a lot of the notes that he needs. Even though the misfortune was dealt with, he went misfortune into Grizzled Ranger. He had this Genevieve. It wasn't the most nut draw hand in the world from Realkey, but it was a good one. It was a strong hand from Scouts. And like you were saying with the draw dependency and really wanting to go 1 into 2 into 3, and have some flexible turn 4 plays from discard side, that's kind of what Realkey had. He was able to go 1 into 2 into 3, and then he had some flexibility, which I think that has been incredibly impactful in how he's been able to execute in this game. And I think, it's looking very solid point, but axes being generated, gonna allow the Get Excited to be played. The rummage might have an opportunity to come out, and we've seen some miracles out of discard decks in the past when they find that Jinx, when they find that augmented experimenter. So I really wouldn't count Nick out at this point.
Yeah, it's still winnable for sure. I'd never count out discard aggro when they still have Jinxes and or augmented experimenters left in the deck, unless they're literally being attacked for lethal. So, which unfortunately for Nick is very close to being the case. But this is the turn where you have to rummage, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Axe and Spider, and then you hope you hit Jinx and you have second rummage to just level her, I think is pretty reasonable here. And there it is, right?
There it is. Yeah, and even gets the Urchin, which is even better. Unfortunately, there's still so much in the hand of Realkey. The pressure is being applied massively here. And yes, Jinx is going to level up, but it is very close to Jinx having to block territory. Augmented is a good card in theory, but here it might just be too slow. I mean, develop into Relentless Pursuit into open attack. I don't think you can survive this, or at least either Nick or Jinx isn't going to survive this. Right. I don't think.
Right, and the problem is the Jinx has to survive for this to really be actually a potentially winning line, and that doesn't seem to be like it can be the case here for Nick. He got really close to actually stabilizing this game. I think Jinx with the augmented experimenter immediate follow-up was massive. Like, that is a huge line of draws, and he would have had enough mana to create a lot of board parity against Realkey and really turn this game on its head. But I think the Jinx was maybe just one turn too late to be able to actually come down and set anything up, because this rally is of course going to set up an attack where some pressure can be put on Jinx, and then
they have Scout.
Yeah,
I was forgetting about Scout. I'm like, okay, I think actually Nick can live here. Is going to force Realkey to develop, but that's just not the case.
Right, and then of course attack goes back on the other side, and this was a rally on a defensive turn. So now the open attack is available for Realkey, and he is going to be able to pick that up. But this game, even though it didn't seem incredibly close, I think it just was a 1 or 2 turn difference on the draw of this Jinx that could have made it a very different game. And well, unfortunately for Nick, he is going to go down 2-1 to Realkey in that matchup.
Yep.
And it will be Realkey moving on to the winners final. But yeah, you can take a look at that matchup here. Realkey was able to grab the win in game 1 with the Feel the Rush deck over Nightfall. We saw Nightfall take down Scouts, and finally Scouts able to take down discard aggro. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bigger picture, Blevins. And why don't you break down how the tournament has gone so far?
Yeah, so we just saw Realkey moving on to the winners finals here, and he'll be playing against the winner of Void and Swim, who are still going on. We did see Rattling Bones eliminate Green Sears, and what am I taking out Zinc in the losers bracket. So still some life for Rattling Bones fans. Still, of course, Nick makes plays still in the event. This is double elimination, so we will be seeing Nick playing against Rattling Bones in the losers bracket, so you can hold on hope if you are fans of those players. But we've still got a lot of Legends of Runeterra to watch, Casa.
Yeah, I mean, there will be the TLG match in the losers bracket going on. I believe Nick Makes Plays will be taking on. No, I'm wrong. Never mind. Scratch that. We won't have that unless they both win their rounds.
Right.
But of course, yeah, we will be able to see. We'll see if any of the TLG boys make it through. Rallying Bones, of course, like we said, perennial top 4. So I don't know if you want to be the person dropping the losers bracket against Bones for the 5th, 6th spot. I think that's a scary place to be. But we do have the winners final coming up very soon. We're going to take a quick break, but more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just saw one of the semifinals. We saw Real Key versus Nick Makes Plays. Real Key was able to take that 2-1. But on the other side of the bracket, Swim versus Void results just in Swim, taking that one 2-0 over Void and advancing to the winner's final. Swim, a previous Fight Night champion.
Yep.
He's had some good success in Fight Night so far. And I believe the last time he made the winner's final was the time that he did take that entire Fight Night. So this time around, going up against Real Key, we'll see if Real Key can actually stop him in his tracks. You know, we haven't seen a lot of Real Key. First time at Fight Night. This was one of the recommendations from the Brazilian lore community. Really excited to have him here. And so far, on a tear through the bracket, looked like a very good showing against Nick. And I'm really excited to see how he matches up against Swim.
Yeah, I think this is, Real Key very much has the two pillars of the meta that we talked about before, the Scouts and the Field of Rush deck, right? And I think those are the two decks that Swim was kind of targeting, or at least had in mind when building the lineup. Swim and Kuvira and their test group for sure had those two decks in mind. And I mean, I think on paper that puts Swim at a pretty big advantage going into this matchup, but whenever you're trying to counter the tyrants or the best decks in the format, it can be good, but also there's a reason that they're the best decks in the format, right? They are very, very strong decks just in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, speaking of those, pillars of the format, we have Field of Rush has been one of the decks, and Scouts, and Real Key, of course, as you mentioned, has both. You came into this tonight saying kind of like Field of Rush, Scouts, these are the two sides. These are the decks we're going to see. And I mean, we've had multiple times where someone comes in with those two decks that we determined kind of at the start of the two pillars, and they've just run through Fight Nights and they've won them. We've also seen times where half the field brings those decks and someone with a unique lineup comes through and picks up the win. Now, this time Swim doesn't have an entirely unique lineup. Green Sears was on the same combination of decks, different builds, but the same combination of decks. And Green Sears is out of the tournament. So it's interesting to see that dichotomy. Maybe the matchups that Green Sears hit were not as good as Swim's, and maybe Real Key is going to be able to just run over this. Maybe this is not going to be as big of a struggle for him as it has been for other players.
It's certainly possible that the tyrants or the pillars of the meta can just run over decks, even that are specifically targeted to beat them. That's just it's the true resolve of a strong deck is when it's able to beat things that are targeting it, right? I'm not quite sure that either or both of those decks are at that point. It's possible that they are, but Swim doesn't necessarily have a unique deck lineup, but the decks themselves certainly are unique. And I think this is really a very interesting difference for Legends of Runeterra than something like Magic the Gathering or even Hearthstone, where like this Shen Fiora deck looks almost nothing like the cookie cutter Shen Fiora deck. When I first saw the lineup from Swim, I'm like, okay, this is boring. And then we combed a little bit more through it. And it's like, okay, there's only one Relentless Pursuit. There's War Chefs, which we haven't seen in months. There's no Bright Steel
single
Formation.
Combat. No single combat, no concerted. That's the craziest
concerted. Thing. No Green Glade Caretaker. Those are all cards that I think if you say Shen Fiora, every single one of those cards we just listed is like, okay, 3 of those, 3 of those, 3 of those. And we don't see any of them. Of course, on the other side, we see a relatively standard Field of Rush deck from Real Key here. It is, I mean, the Voices of the Old Ones is maybe an interesting inclusion. You don't always see that, but it's not too far out of the realm of possibility. Pretty standard combination of whales, avalanches, ruinations, etc. Nothing too crazy here on the side of Real Key for the Field of Rush deck. But again, you don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel every time you come to a fight night or enter a tournament, Casa. You can be you can just run the best deck sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes just bringing the best decks works. Winding God, the the person we think of a lot when we think of just kind of bringing the best decks and just playing them. He doesn't. It was pretty rare that we'd see Whining God kind of go out of his comfort zone. And, you know, I think there was one key time where he did do that and didn't bring the best decks and actually won a fight night. But normally, when we think back to all the great Whining God performances, it's just bring the best decks, and Realkey going to be doing that one here. And we'll see if he's able to actually take this win over Swim, because Swim has been doing really well in a lot of tournaments recently. I've been very impressed with Swim's kind of return to tournament form. He's been really motivated as well. Constantly, Swim is always trying to get on fight night. He's trying to find tournaments to play. He's trying to, you know, he really wants to play. He's really hungry. I'm excited to see, you know, there's like these upcoming tournaments that were teased. I would be excited to see Swim playing in some of these as well. So that would be awesome. I think the fact that when we've talked about peak Swim in the past, you know, we've talked about Twitch rivals Swim versus Twitch rivals Swim Pog versus DOR Swim KEKW, right? Like it's definitely like a difference of caliber of player. And I think that some of the more recent fight nights we've had Swim in are closer on the scale of Twitch rivals Swim than they are to DOR Swim by a large margin. And I've been really excited to see these performances. And you know, for me, that puts Swim as like one of those kind of cut above players that we talk about in the past. And Realkey being able to have that opportunity as the youngest competitor that I think we've ever had on fight night come in and try and take him down. I think that's just awesome.
Hey, I mean, if you're the you know, the young pup on campus coming in and you know, wanting to fight the big dogs, not to say that Realkey's not a great player, but you're, you know, new to the fight night scene, new to this tournament series. This, of course, is such a high caliber of play represented at this event. I mean, hey, just run the good thing. Like it gives you a certain bar that you're really not going to go below, right? You don't need to worry about piloting, you know, the deck to absolute perfection and having to do all these crazy things. It's like, yeah, just play Feel the Rush and win sometimes, or just play Scouts and play it like you know how to play it, right?
Yeah, and I do want to talk a little bit about Swim's Ashe Sejuani deck, because this is, you know, Ashe Noxus historically has done very well against Demacia. It's one of the big reasons that this deck rose to prominence in a Bannerman meta. And it's returned now, not so much as just a Demacia counter, but it does have good answers to Scouts. I think that this is one of the opportunities for Swim to find the win against Realkey. In fact, I think that Scouts is that crux. We've had decks like this in the past where a matchup comes in where you have a deck that really does not line up well against your opponent, and you feel almost guaranteed to win with the other one. I think Feel the Rush is just extremely likely to find a win for Realkey, but Scouts has to be able to get through one of these decks that are both so good at unit combat with the Ashe Sejuani and, of course, on the other side, the Fiora Shen. So we look at Ashe Sejuani here. We see 3x raw flash freeze, 3x troll chant, 3x harsh winds. That is very good at dealing with this Scouts list. Flash freeze being that cheap freeze that can be used on things that have been buffed by Genevieve even, or Genevieve herself, I think is an important note to look at. It's also good at answering things like Sharp Sight, which I didn't check if it was in Realkey. I could just be lying to you, but we've seen it is. It's been in so many decks, I just assumed it was there. So it's good at answering Sharp Sight where Brittle Steel can fall short, right? So this, I really love how this is crafted, and I do think that with the low amount of spells, but they're all high impact in the unit heavy matchups, alongside the fact that it's a high follower count to increase consistency, I think this Ashe Sejuani deck is almost unbeatable for the Scouts, unless it's a brick draw or it's like an insane draw from the Scouts list. And that's just how I'm seeing it. And that's the impressiveness of the build from Swim with the preparation for this tournament, especially if Scouts is something that was expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think it is very strong. On the flip side of that, potentially at least, to give the Realkey fans out there a glimmer of hope if that matchup does happen, the Scouts deck can certainly come out more aggressively, right? And what would normally be a sort of equalizer or even a game ender for the Ashe Noxus deck in Reckoning, not in Swim's list. So if one thing that the Ash Sejuani deck is not great at doing, it is coming back from being behind on board by a lot, right? You really, with the freezes inherently in the troll chance, you need to have a board present to be able to push ahead, or even a like close to equal level of board presence, right? If the Scouts deck can come out very strong and present a lot of inopportune trades for Swim with the Ash Noxus, it could fall too far behind. And obviously with something like a Relentless Pursuit could push over the top and not give Swim enough time to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is going to be that avenue for the win. Even when it's a matchup that seems so incredibly favored. In Runeterra, it's pretty rare that we have like a 90-10 or insane matchup split, right? At the end of the day, a lot of the times when we would talk about matchups before, I think it was rare that we'd ever go above like a 70-30 matchup. It's very, very rare that we would ever discuss something as more than that. And when you think about it, 30% is still a very wide margin. There are those opportunities. And I think that what you're talking about is within that 30%, is within that realm for those Scouts to be able to find the win. And I think that one of the cool things about the deck building from the Swim lineup is how a lot of the choices seem to be trying to cut that margin even further against the unit heavy decks. And that is, when we normally would talk about an Ash Nox, or we would talk about Fiora Shen, we would say, 70-30, but we get these extra levels of tech, extra layers that have been put into this, and it starts to chip away at that even more, and just reduces the amount of times that opportunity that you just put forward will happen. Now, it will still happen. You play this 100 times, it will happen. It absolutely will. But the amount of times that it's going to happen reduced drastically, and that opens up a lot of room for this. So for me, my eyes in this matchup are on the Scouts list. I think that is the story of the set, is going to be Scouts for Realkey. Can it find the win? Because if it can, I think Realkey is going to find himself a qualifying spot in next week's fight night.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's it all. We can talk about the matchup specifically. We can talk about the deck matchups, but at the end of the day, like, Scouts can win against anything. This Field of Rush deck can just win against anything. And certainly, Swim has tailored the decks and made a lot of cuts, a lot of min-maxing, which is amazing to see for tournament play. These are not the type of lists that you can just run on ladder, because you have to. Sometimes you're going to play against, the Heimerdinger deck. Sometimes you're going to play against Discard Aggro or Nightfall or any of these other decks that could randomly be on the ladder. And it's like, well, I kind of need this like catch-all Reckoning to be able to play against all this random trash that's on the ladder. Not that all those decks are trash, just the Heimer deck. Just because, and this is also a key to tournament prep, of course, is to stay physically fit, not just mentally and matchup fit. You need to be doing your push-ups on stream, and a little Monka TOS there. I think Swim was in his boxers, but at least we got to see him do a few push-ups. So anyone who
the most powerful Runeterra. Well, so we tuned in towards the tail end, but he was actually on his 95th push-up when we showed up in the stream.
Oh, wow.
And he was just powering through those. We tried to get it up as fast as we could, guys, but he was doing them so quickly, we almost just couldn't see it happening. But Swim, of course, I think the most jacked Runeterra player of all of them. I think he, maybe second place is like Grappler, I guess, but like, I think really he doesn't hold a candle to Swim's physique and just pure strength.
We have mentioned it before on Fight Night, and of course, what is said on Fight Night is, of course, lore in the lore community, LORE in the LOR community for those. We have mentioned that Swim's hair is actually a symbiote, and is controlling Swim. That's why he runs his hair. It's actually the symbiote grabbing his hand, and Swim has to pull it back. That's what's actually happening. So Swim actually is like essentially like Venom from the Spider-Man series.
Swim is the most powerful creature in the FCU, the Fight Night Fight
Night Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, the Fight Night Cinematic
FNCU.
Yeah, the FNCU.
Or no, the GSU, Giant Slayer, or
what is it? What is it?
It's Giant Slayer Cinematic Universe.
We're
gonna
The most
if anyone is
powerful being within it is, of course, Swim and his symbiote. Which, of course, the symbiote is what is named Swim. The man underneath. The Swimbio on his head. The man underneath it. We actually don't know his name, but the hair itself is the Swimbio or Swim for short. And it, of course, is just it is a dominant force within the scene, within the universe, really. And I mean, who can match up to it is really the question. I'm not sure. Real Key, the challenger. You know, the kid, the young kid from Brazil, gonna come up and try and take on the symbiote, try and take it down, and really just prove that it can be beaten.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Chad is loving this random gobbledygook that we're making up, or if they're absolutely hating it, but it is here, and I believe we're going to be getting into game soon. So, there we go. Okay, you just need to tease a little bit of the Giant Slayer cinematic universe coming soon to a socially distanced theater near you. But it looks like Swim is going to be queuing up the Shen Fiora deck first versus Real Key's Feel the Rush.
Yeah, and this is the deck we expect Real Key to just find the win with, and I think he needs to, right? He can't be dropping a game on FTR against either of Swim's decks because I think he needs the time on the scouts. He needs to be able to find that win. So gonna be looking for that quick win here if you're Real Key and hope that you can get through this Shen Fiora from Swim. I think overall, when we look at this Shen Fiora build, I think that the Feel the Rush deck should have a reasonable time. I think that this should be something that is favored for it. Not impossible for a Bannerman-esque list that has some rallies included that Swim did find. That is can be a game changer, certainly. But holy moly, that is a lot of ramp for Real Key.
That is a lot of ramp. It is a ramp that leads up to a stairway to nothing so far. Of course, the voices of the old ones can draw Feel the Rush, as well as Ledros or Tryndamere. I believe it can also draw Ruination too. So there are certainly a lot of hits off of that voices of the old one. And this Avarosan Sentry is actually pretty big here in terms of stemming the bleeding a little bit, as well as, drawing Real Key closer to some of those key cards, one of them being Avalanche. And the question is, does Swim want to develop into a potential Avalanche here?
Yeah, I mean, River Shaper into getting Avalanched is certainly what Real Key would want to see in this spot. Draw a card, deal with the River Shaper alongside the Sithri of the Bold, and just leave a raw War Chef out there with one attack, even post-nerf. I mean, that is certainly not a good board for Swim whatsoever. And that I'm very confident that is the thought process that Swim is having right now. He's like, okay, well, if I play River Shaper and I get Avalanched, it's kind of a blowout. So instead, we're going to see potentially just going in for the trade. And now he thinks about if he buffs up his Fiora, trades into the Sentry, then he gets Avalanche once again. So this play hedges around the Avalanche. This is really, really clever from Swim. I just like the sequencing of this because I think that if you're a newer player or just even a less experienced player, this looks so weird to you probably. But now Swim, at least the whole thought process, even if he ends up on this and he loses his Fiora to Avalanche, he loses his Sithri to Avalanche, the fact that he went through all of these possibilities, and I know people complain about Swim's slow play sometimes, but I love this. I love to watch when you get to see that exact thought process of a high-level play to determine exactly what cards do I need to play around this in this scenario, and is it worth it for me to do so?
Yeah, and this is an interesting play. Real Key, of course, did sort of slow roll the Avalanche a little bit. It was never going to be great, and of course, the slow roll kind of paid off, but it paid off at the cost of 5 life, right? Or I guess technically 4 life, because he would have still taken the one from. He would have still taken some damage there anyhow, but Swim has got to be kind of okay with that line. He went for the line that was a little bit more resilient if there wasn't an Avalanche, because it wasn't guaranteed that Real Key had an Avalanche. Of course, Swim would have loved it if he didn't have one, but he did end up having it, and the damage was certainly dealt. Now, The problem for Swim is that, yes, he got 5 damage through, but, you know, this deck has so much healing. You really need to be, you know, at this point, the draw is not hyper aggressive, right? So Swim kind of has to now go for the value game, has to start generating value and maybe chipping away, getting some draws off a River Shaper and going from there.
Yeah, certainly so. I think that's the value game is absolutely where Swim is at. He actually wants, you know, not only does he want the spells, but also pulling the spells from the deck so he can actually draw into the followers that he does need to generate the pressure is one of the big things that the River Shaper are doing. They're thinning the deck so that there are less hits that are bad for Swim. But, you know, we are reaching the point where Real Key gets to go into Trundle, and he's still ramping. You know, this is Trundle with ramp continuing to go. Faces of the Old Ones would be able to be played on the following turn. So there's a lot of just good things going for Real Key at this point in the game. Has some extra healing with the Withering Wail that can even hit a couple units here. Of course, that is scary into Ranger's Resolve, but the fact that he's got healing, he's got Trundle as the great equalizer that he has been for so long. He's got even more healing with the Kindly Tavern Keeper. There's just a lot of good responses for Real Key at this point, and he has his win con of the late game Field Rush.
Yeah, he does, but Swim now, the coast is kind of clear. Of course, there can't be an avalanche that comes in on 2 mana. There could be a Vile Feast, but who cares at this point? Now it's just, you know, Swim is going to get to attack here. He's going to put forth a little bit of damage, and more importantly, he's drawn 2 cards here.
Yeah.
The Trundle is still, I believe, 2 turns away from having the Ice Pillar online. So, Trundle can be chump blocked. Trundle can you can just take the damage, right? If you're not at 0, who cares if you're Swim here? Yeah,
we will not be feeling the rush this game. That is certainly not going to happen, as Swim does have 2 denies in hand, and I think Real Key is going to be too focused on stabilizing to actually play that card at any point. So the concert's canceled due to COVID. We're not getting any KDA in this one. No. Gonna be denied in the event that it's actually played. So Real Key just gonna have to look to stabilize. So that looks like, to me, that looks like Kindly Tavern Keeper. That looks like potentially Withering Wail as well, to try and clear up these 1 HP units. But you are very scared of Ranger's Resolve at this point, because that essentially just hard bricks your 5 mana for 1. It's a very bad exchange. So if there are other options, I think we'll see Real Key really gravitate towards those. But if he gets really desperate, it just comes down to ripping that Withering Wail and getting a little bit blown out by this Ranger's Resolve.
Yeah, as the Field of Rush deck, you absolutely do not ever want to be put in a position where you have to, where your Withering Wail has to go off and essentially fully resolve, because Ranger's Resolve just completely, like you mentioned, destroys you in terms of mana, in terms of effectiveness, in terms of, you know, every relevant metric. Essentially, you are getting absolutely blown out. And when Swim is able to put on all this pressure and the tempo is so heavily in Swim's favor, that sort of tempo loss, the trading a Withering Wail for 1 mana Ranger's Resolve, that's game losing. That is that is absolutely a lose condition for Real Key here. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks like we're very potentially going to see it here. And I don't even blame this play. It's so rough. It's such a tough spot, because if the Ranger's Resolve isn't there and this Withering Wail resolves, I think Real Key wins the game. Like, I think that this is something that can absolutely just result in him finding the win, because he heals, gets rid of some of the wide board, especially the Challenger, which is really, really rough at this point in the game, and allows kind of board parity to the point where it's 3 followers to 3 followers, and Real Key is always going to win out on those trades. He's always going to have more quality on the board versus the quantity of Swim. So by being able to even up the quantity, Real Key will always be advantaged. The problem is, if Swim has this Ranger's Resolve, this now becomes, like you said, a massive blowout. It's a 4 mana swing. And for Swim, the awkward part is that he couldn't play the Cithria on top of it. God, if he could have played the Cithria too, that would be absolutely devastating. He is actually, he could technically, oh man, that next Rangers Resolve 2 is also going to be brutal, because now Avalanche can come out and the Rangers Resolve, or he could Rangers Resolve, or he could deny. Probably just Rangers Resolve, though, because that's going to allow the Relentless Pursuit too. Game might just be over this turn, Cass.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I think I'm with you, though. I think I'm with you on, if we see this Avalanche, you probably just go Rangers Resolve plus, and then get that rally after going in with Cytherea. I think there's so much pressure, and continuing to cycle all the spells, it seems like a good potential play. It is 2 denies, though, and I'm curious if there's a world that Swim just likes the deny here.
I think he might, if only because that saves your additional 2 units, and that attack is going to be pretty good. I think what Swim's probably thinking of is if it's Avalanche into another Withering Whale, what does that look like? And I don't think it's too bad. It's actually it's really close. It's actually quite close here, I think. And I'm honestly not sure which it is. I think I agree with Swim. And Realkey just throws out the Shen emote. That's certainly going to be doing a lot here. Fleet Feather Tracker is going to be able to pull the Trundle, leaving everything else safe to go, or at least relatively safe. Damage is going to be coming through. Swim's going to be drawing 2 cards here. And with the Relentless Pursuit at locked and loaded, ready to go at any time next turn for Swim, it is looking very dire for Realkey.
Yeah, and also this Relentless Pursuit is protected by a deny. So any kind of spell that could interact with this and try and stop this Cytherea or stop some of the other board is just going to be responded to immediately by this 4-mana answer. And a lot of the responses that Realkey has are things like the Vengeance. They're more expensive, and you can't trade down at this point, especially because Swim's also picking up 2 more cards with the River Shapers that are just going to enable this wide library of options that Swim has. You know, going deep into the memory banks, going into the hive mind of the Swimbiote, and finding all of the knowledge and answers that he could need to find this game number 1, and it seems very likely at this point.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil too much relatively recent Marvel comic lore, but if you're familiar with Null, the god of the symbiotes, you'll know that all the symbiotes are actually interconnected as long as they've been touched by the god of the symbiotes, Null. Yes, I am that much of a nerd, but we're gonna see here a big attack coming in from Swim. Like you said, 2 cards drawn, and Realkey on the back foot, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this rally is now protected by deny, but also the units on board are enabled by Rangers Resolve, Sharp Sight, and Riposte. I think just at any point on this next turn, I think Swim is going to be happy to rip this. Maybe, well, it's just protected with deny here. So let's see how Realkey starts it out. It's going to be Ice Pillar. Of course, you need to Ice Pillar Soft Pass.
Yeah. The beauty is Swim is in the enviable position of, I can just pass until you do something that makes me need to do something, right? Like I am currently winning right now. You need to make the first meaningful action. You need to make the first commitment. So if Realkey overcommits, potentially Relentless Pursuit can punish. Of course, Deny can punish, but Swim not in any sort of hurry to commit anything before he absolutely needs to.
Yeah, it does seem like Swim is also in that position. Like you're saying, he could wait before he commits anything. He doesn't actually have to rally this turn. We were talking so much about the rally as being the end-all be-all, but realistically, it doesn't have to come down this turn. It just almost ensures that Swim is going to win this game. He was able to draw into those other options, so now he can just try and clear away the Trundle. He can riposte on to Cytherea. He has the deny to back it up. He's got very good responses to then go for an open attack on this fall I think that Swim really has multiple options to close this out. It's just about him determining what is going to be the best with the least amount of outs for Ricky, and that's what we're going to see him start to calculate.
Yeah, I'm wondering it. I think I really like this riposte because it effectively is offering I'm going to trade just my riposte for your Trundle, which is going to be a massive plus. Worst case scenario is Vile Feast, which just makes it so that the Trundle trades for the Cythria. This is great for Swim because now he gets to trade his 4-mana Deny for the 7-mana Vengeance. The 4-mana left over is not enough for Real Key to do anything relevant, and that is going to be Swim taking game number 1.
Yeah, Swim be able to grab that this bodes very early for Real Key for the series, because we talked about it is the deck, the quote-unquote wheat deck in this specific Swim's lineup, this trouble, and Swim was against FTR and
yeah. So Casa, you're cutting out a little bit. I'm gonna take over here just a bit while we get some of that the issues online here. I wasn't sure if it was my internet cutting or Casa's. Looks like it might be Casa's, but yeah, we see Swim really taking over here and putting out enough pressure and keeping the tempo so that, I mean, Feel the Rush was not only not a threat, it was going to lose Real Key of the game if it ever came out. So Swim able to take that game number 1 with the Shen Fiora deck, a deck that you wouldn't necessarily see being super favored going into the Feel the Rush sort of control variant, but actually performed quite well in that matchup there. But we are going to be getting into the next game very shortly. It is going to be Swim left with the Noxus Freljord here. It looks like Real Key may have queued up the wrong deck. Or else that was the quickest game of all time. I don't think so. Casa, can we hear you?
Been the speedrun? I don't know. Am I...
You sound better.
Still bad, Blevins? Are we back?
You sound better to me.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're good. But yeah, it did look like it was just a miscue there. And they should be fine. Just a little bit of turbulence on the SS Fight Night. I don't know, not working out very well.
It was the Swimbio realizing that we were spoiling all of the secrets, and it
we were giving away too many secrets. Sent an EMP at my apartment. Of course, a well-known power of the Swimbio. It can generate EMP blasts using the power of its mind. So
that's
just
definitely not a
good
power
to know.
Swimbio, but that's okay. I'm keeping this Giant Slayer cinematic universe very consistent. I will be the lore master of. That is only a power of the Magneto of Giant Slayer, who I'm not sure who that is yet. We'll have to see who. We'll have to see who Magneto is. Our production is saying that it's them, but they're never on camera, so they can't be a part of. They can't be Magneto. So, maybe it'll just be me. There's nothing they can do, although they literally have all the power. So maybe we can let Meacham be Magneto. But we're seeing here the two trappers, certainly what you want in almost every opening hand, regardless of matchup.
Yeah, I mean, double trapper going into this assessor here. So if we see the Swimbiote also channeling some Yodo to put the Yeti on the top of the deck, that's going to be really tough for Real Key with those early Yetis going into a big draw. And, Captain Crunch as a finisher, finding that extra damage, that extra 12 damage.
Yeah.
From Decimates could be very relevant in this game.
Yeah, it absolutely could. And Real Key has an all right draw. He's got a lot of the top end, none of the ramp. Not really where you want to be. He is going to be able, of course, to get a couple of redraws here with the sentries. He's not really under a ton of pressure yet, though. Again, we know there are two Yetis in their future. very soon. And I mean, with the exception of the Ruination, there's not a good way to deal with the Yetis at all. I mean, everything is going to be super, super mana inefficient. And like we saw last game, having the tempo and mana advantage is going to be massively in Swim's favor.
Yeah, there is the first of the crash of Yetis we expect to see soon.
Yes.
As that is 3 trappers, the whole set of them picked up for Swim, and it's going to be filling up the top couple cards of his hand, and Assessor to follow it up. Like, this is a really, really good start for Swim, and for Realkey, now he does have trouble, so that can help stabilize a little bit, because you can still block the Yeti. It won't clear the Yeti on the first, but you still maintain your board integrity when you use the Troll to block the Yeti.
Yeah, it certainly, Trundle, when Trundle's put on the defensive, you're not necessarily in too great a shape, right? Like, as the 1-mana Yeti contests with the Trundle, which is certainly not really where you want to be. Of course, when Trundle levels up, he is going to be able to eat the Yetis, but as it stands, Yetis are going to be getting a good amount of value here, depending on if a second Yeti is drawn here. Swim can go Yeti this turn into Yeti next turn plus Assessor, draw the last Yeti, and just have so much, but that plays right into a potential Ruination.
Yeah, it would play into a Ruination if that was to come up for Realkey. And that is one of the best ways for him to stabilize. But yeah, Troll Chant, Culling Strike to kill off.
That's a flavor fail, I gotta say. Troll Chant enabling Trundle to die. I mean, does he just not like his music anymore? Like,
so I'm saying, let me play you the song of your people.
Yes.
And gonna be able to use that Troll Chant to clear away, I mean, the biggest threat that Realkey had available to him at this stage in the game. And now, 3 turns out from Field of Rush, 2 turns out from Tryndamere. Not a lot of other options for these next couple turns. We might see just a Vengeance on a Yeti or something of the sort, because there aren't many other good plays that Realkey has.
Yeah, but the problem for Swim is that he's kind of in a pickle here, because that juicy 6 plus 3 spell mana is exactly Ruination. So Swim really kind of wants to develop here, wants to put on some pressure, because theoretically, if there was a ramp spell this turn, we could see Tryndamere as early as next turn and then Feel the Rush the turn after. That is very scary, because there's not a ton of good ways for Swim to come back from that if he falls behind, and Feel the Rush immediately puts him behind on board, theoretically. So Swim kind of has to walk a delicate balance here. Is he going to, how much is he going to commit to this board? How much can he afford to commit to this board before he gets outdone by something like a Feel the Rush or even a Tryndamere?
Yeah, and Realkey absolutely needs Swim to believe Ruination. Like, that was 100% what needed to happen. And Swim, I think, reasonably just played around it in this spot, because the Ruination would have been quite the blowout. But now, Faces of the Old Ones comes down, and yeah, I mean, that's hefty ramp, and also Ruination actually physically there for Realkey at this point. So now that answer is a reality.
Yeah, and the interesting thing from that Voices of the Old One is that it is actually putting Realkey, I believe, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, is at 10 cards now. So is going to be burning one, but Realkey kind of has everything that they want. They're going to be at 9 plus 1 spell mana. And they're burning a Catalyst, which is fine. Really
honestly, one of the best burns probably at this point in the game.
Now Swim knows he's gonna be facing down something, and we can see it's gonna be a Tryndamere, and this could potentially be quite awkward for Swim because he's gonna be drawing Yetis. Yes, that's great. His Assessor, it's gonna be tough to potentially get more than just a draw or two off of it. Iceveil Archer is very strong though in helping Swim maintain this pressure. When we see the Quinn emote from Realkey, that is a low-key top-tier emote. I have not seen that one in quite some time.
Yeah, the Quinn just beckoning, saying, "Hey,
Yeah.
you want to play more cards? You want to get a couple more on here? Thinking about whether I got Ruination?
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? I do be having Ruination.
I sure do. Okay, so I believe it was a guaranteed Yeti at this point. I think that we'd seen all the other possible cards, or at least one away from a guaranteed Yeti. Here we're gonna see the open attack, of course, and the swing coming in. Gonna be doing 8 plus 6 is 14 threatened. Pushing over to Realkey, see what he is looking to do.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if he makes an angry popsicle or if he decides to go for one of these other spells. Even, you know, considering Ruination. Saw him hovering that Battle Fury for a little bit. Not sure if that's the play here. I think
It'd be a little too slow.
Couple other options that I think I'd be liking a little bit more, especially because it does feel like the Ruination on this turn seems pretty nice. Alternatively, Realkey could just try and go on the offensive with something like the Feel the Rush and then set up for Atrocity on the next turn and try and just close out the game in that way.
This is actually really scary, I guess, technically for both players, because Feel the Rush can come down and is going to put forth quite a bit, but Swim doesn't need to Feel the Rush because he has got the captain himself, and if Realkey gives him any actions, he can kill.
Swim can go Yeti Assessor and try and draw into freezes. And if he gets some freezes, he might be in to find the win for himself, utilizing the Farron. So that is an interesting spot for Swim.
Mm-hmm. I think it's, oh man, it's really tough. But the Decimates are so good because he only needs to get one off. But is he going to be able to actually survive an open attack is the question. Does the Troll Chant give him enough? And Swim says no. He needs to draw.
Yeah. I think for Swim is like, he needs to find a way to weather the storm long enough to win with this Farron. And playing Farron now is not the way that he does that.
Right.
Because by playing Farron now, he's probably on exactly one top deck in his deck. He's on like Harsh Winds to survive and then be able to actually cast the Decimate. And so by trying to draw more with the Assessor, I think that was a higher probability play. But as you can see, Swim just absolutely bricked this. And we'll see if Realkey is able to just kind of end it. I mean, that's a leveled up Trundle alongside this double Tryndamere. This Trundle's attack is going to be insanity here. It's already at 11. 12, I don't want to count them, 15, but you can.
16, 17 just from attacking, plus the other 19 power that's coming in the form of Tryndamere's. That's a lot of power.
A little bit of power indeed for Realkey. Double Tryndamere with the Trundle. He has access to Atrocity. He has access to Tryndamere's Battle Fury. So I'm pretty sure Realkey is just closing this one out. I mean, he knows Harsh Winds is off the table with this Captain Farron hitting the board. And so because of that, it can only be one freeze. And I think that's guaranteed that if Swim can only have one freeze, that Realkey is going to be able to push enough damage through with the double Trinamir and the Trundle. Alongside, of course, the Atrocity and the Battle Fury. One of those two cards.
Yeah, I think this is pretty wrapped up. Okay, only taking 24 here. I mean, he could save 2 additional life plus an additional 2. Actually, he could go to exactly 0. If he went to if he blocked with the 3/3 and then troll chanted, that would give him an additional 6, and I think he's at -6 right now. So perfectly dead he could be. Yeah,
he could make the death look pretty. But Realkey will be picking up the game with FTR. And now, about how this matchup for the Scouts, the final deck for Realkey, did not look good. You did not want to be Realkey on match point playing Scouts into Ash Nox. But you are defined that path to the win for Realkey with Scouts. You defined how it could happen. And now the opportunity to see if it can play out in his favor. It's going to be Scouts from Realkey. It's going to be Nox Ash from Swim. We just saw how it performed against FTR. We saw a lot of things that probably would have been better against an aggressive deck. It would have been able to stabilize the board and beat it. But it didn't do as well against Control. And we'll see if Swim can still find a good draw with a low curve to answer Scouts, or if he'll find all his top end and get run over by Realkey. And I mean, if you want to break it down even further, I think go ahead and take this, because Scouts is and has been a Blevins patented deck for a long time.
It has. So I didn't use it to get to Masters this season, but I have in 3 other seasons. I used Scouts to get over the finish line for sure. I mean, it's the classic, like, you can just win with Scouts. It doesn't necessarily matter the matchup. Yes, it has better and worse matchups, but it is so down the line. It does its game plan so well and so consistency that it punishes any sort of slip up. The problem is that the Ash Noxus deck kind of does that in a different way, in a more mid-rangey way. So we're gonna have to see here what Swim's keeps are, where Swim is going with this deck and with this draw here. It's a little bit of a clunker, and it's immediately smoothed and perfected.
Immediately picks up the Trapper for curve. We'll see if Swim hits the Yeti exactly when he wants it as well. Actually, in this matchup, even just pulling it straight away is probably good. I think it can still fit into the curve, and you hope that you'll hit a spell later to actually utilize the spell mana that you would probably be banking by playing a Yeti at some point in this game. But also that Avaros and Sentry is going to improve the value of any Yeti picked up later, because it helps smoothen the curve so you don't burn as much mana or create as much spell mana.
Yeah, that is, I mean, that's huge, right? Again, we talked about it before, but the tempo control in this matchup is absolutely huge. If Swim falls behind and falls behind on board and has taken too much damage, it's really hard for him to come back. But as we can see here, I mean, kind of thwarted that first attack, is now ahead on board, or it will be, I guess, slightly behind, technically, maybe. That favor is going to immediately shift back to Swim when the Yeti comes up. We'll see if he's Yugi or not. And he absolutely is. There's a Yeti right off the bat. I'm assuming he'll probably play it here, though maybe not. I mean, you kind of gotta, right? It's like, nice Bannerman. I just have a 1-mana 5/5. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, Yeti going to be able to answer this aggressive turn from Realkey, and this is kind of that stabilization that we talked about Swim needing to find, because as the game continues to progress, he's going to get more value out of the freezes and out of a lot of the followers and champions that Swim plays when compared to the scouts list. And Realkey really wanted to get aggressive early. He had a good curve, 1-2, goes into the Bannerman, but not being able to contend with a Yeti and the Yugi pull of it, getting it immediately after the trap return is just massive for Swim.
It absolutely is. I mean, you look at it, if it was, random card potentially, it's not going to be a 5-5. This attack gets to come in and get some value, right? Like, or at least gets to start some trades happening and get some damage through. As it stands, this attack is just kind of going to be, I mean, I feel like Swim just takes value trades everywhere. Or takes a value trade, takes a straight up trade, and then can take 3 damage because he bricked that first attack. And now, like, if you can get the scouts deck to be able to be playing on the back foot, you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, and Rangers is all being forced here to at least improve the quality of this trade overall for Realkey, being able to keep one extra follower on the board. But wow, there's a freeze picked up for Swim. That is going to be devastating for Realkey at any point in this game, because of the fact that just you don't have the card draw to refill. So when you lose value in such a big way, with the freeze allowing Swim to get trades unscathed, it just is kind of the straw that breaks your back, is that harsh winds, is those freezes. And as Realkey, you wanted to really dodge freezes, but you also wanted to dodge the early game followers. So that's what we talk about when we say that this matchup was so heavily in Swim's favor, the way it was built. There's no extra spells that kind of brick here and there. It's just freezes that Realkey would hate to hit, and units that can control the board when they hit it. So I just feel like this is kind of suffocating for the scouts. And yeah, Genevieve is the way that you come back, but is it really gonna, well, maybe 2, I don't know, Blev, but it still doesn't feel like enough. Even on 2 Genevieve, it doesn't feel like enough.
The problem is that the frostbite, or the harsh winds, is not just, oh, well, my attack didn't go through and I did 0 damage. It's my unit that attacked is now dead. And I'm losing board, and my opponent is losing nothing. This is absolutely nightmare scenario for Realkey, and essentially exactly how you drew it up when you built the deck as Swim. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna play chunky units that can test very well with scouts and play nothing but freezes and stuff. Like, you don't need to be too crazy here. And this is, just the beginning. Swim now has the option of playing the Ashes Flash Freeze or potentially the Harsh Winds.
Oh, the Monka Ez.
Yeah. Realkey knows what's coming up.
Yeah, I do like that he, commits to this play, even knowing that, okay, well, if it's Harsh Winds, then I lose the game. But if it's not, then I have a chance to maybe start to turn this around. And of course, this could just be a Harsh Winds to scoop angle for Realkey, but we'll see.
I'm actually kind of interested. I wish I could hear Swim right now, because I almost like not blocking this Grizzled Ranger, as weird as it sounds, because now there's actually more attack being presented. I guess he just doesn't care. Yeah, I guess Swim is fine taking any of these trades, so this makes sense. Especially since if the board gets cleaned up at all, then all of a sudden the Ash plus Rhymefang Wolf line starts to really take over the board and thusly the game.
Yeah, I mean, that one, maybe you could argue even more for like not blocking from Swim, because creating, opportunities to generate more cards with Assessor or trying to find more freezes while using your health as a resource. But I agree with you. I think Swim is just kind of in that spot where, I mean, he there is so many paths to victory at
Mhm.
this point for the side of the Ashe Nox player. And, you know, Ashe Rhymefang Wolf taking over the board, Glory Seeker going to help out with that quite a bit. And
Yep.
it just doesn't feel good for Realkey to play any of the cards that he has in hand.
Yeah, I mean, is he gonna cast a Relentless Pursuit into his board's gonna get eaten? Like, what? Does he cast? Oh, okay, Binding Assault. I forgot what the other card was. This makes, I mean, this is fine, I guess. Like, with the Ashes Frostbite. Oh, unless Swim isn't gonna save it, this could potentially be a little bit risky. Of course, it does, you know, draw Swim 2 cards and puts another body onto the board, but yeah, I kind of just like the attack here first. Get your eat, you know, get your value, get your value attacks out, clear off the board a little bit, and if anything, you know, anything wonky happens, you've got your reset button with the Ashes Flash Freeze.
Yeah, and I guess the thing for Swim here is just determining if the value that he can gain from Assessor is more worthwhile. And that's why we see him even considering the swap to keeping the Glory Seeker alive to generate an extra draw, even if it would sacrifice the Rhymefang Wolf. So that's the thought process he's going for. And wow, just going to decide to rip the Assessor.
Sure.
Maybe even considering that he could potentially get away with not even attacking this turn if he was afraid of combat tricks. We could see him just go for a pass. Or, I mean, I guess even on top of that, the fact that he's on an additional Ashe, maybe Swim is okay if a combat trick is used to trade into an Ashe at this point in the game.
Yeah, here's the other thing too, is that because Swim just drew 2 cards and put another unit onto the board, any 1-for-1 trade, even again, if it's a power level differentiator and Realkey is trading quality of card for quantity, Swim is fine with that. Again, he's got 5 cards in hand to the what will be 2 from Realkey here, and Swim's still going to have a board. He's still going to have a follow-up Ashe. He's still going to have a ton. He's got the late game secured here. I mean, all of this is still fine. Yes, Realkey trades a card for a card, but that is just going to be inherently in Swim's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got the board refill from the draws he got off of Assessor. He has a Hearthguard. He just found yet another freeze with the Ashe. So this is the domination that we laid out prior to this series that we expected from Ashe Noxus into Scouts, and why we talked about Scouts having to find a win somewhere against Swim early on. And I also sometimes I wonder about, you know, when you have a deck like this that really is going to struggle against your opponent, sometimes it feels like maybe it needs to go out first, because FTR did lose a match and maybe Scouts needed to beat Shen Fiora, but either way, both of them seemed like incredibly tough matchups.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a very heads up lineup from Swim in a meta that Scouts could certainly show up. It was definitely something that people were not going to be surprised by. And Swim has a lineup that essentially is infallible to Scouts. It's got very small windows to actually lose.
Yeah, and here's an interesting spot for Swim where, like, Realkey got obviously a very high powered card in Genevieve, but because Swim has preserved his life total so well, and he's kept the board, he's kept so much of his board alive. Like, yes, Realkey gets to have his pick of the litter in terms of trades, but there's going to be nothing when the dust settles. It's going to be an empty board. He jumped through all these hoops and found out that the his landing pad was actually just painted on. There's nothing there.
Yep. That is exactly what happened, Blev. I think. But yeah, I mean, at this point, Realkey now, it's just going to be on the one card.
Nice, relentless pursuit.
It did work. It is a good analogy in this spot. Really nice, relentless pursuit. There's nothing at all for him to land on, and now it's just Swim coming down to having a full hand
feather tracker. Nice.
and board refill and be able to just finish it off. Realkey can of course play the fleet feather tracker in response. Is this an Ash level up even? Is that horrible? It is.
It sure is.
Yeah, that is just gonna be the game. Swim going to be moving on to the finals winner's side.
Yeah.
And he's going to be trying to join the ranks of, Winding God, Guardia, the other two timers.
Yeah.
You're picking up fight night wins, and he's at an advantage. Coming in winner's side, he will be able to have that bracket reset to fall back on, even if someone from losers is able to beat him one time. And he'll just be awaiting the results from the losers bracket to see who he will be playing against. Realkey will be waiting in the losers final for the winner between What Am I and Rattling Bones. That will be the losers semifinal match. But what a set, honestly. I really felt like, Realkey had some good moments, but this was a set that it felt like it came down to lineup more than we see a lot of the time. I think lineup is a big factor always. It's a huge part of card games in general, and I think Runeterra specifically has a heavy importance towards building the right lineup. But in this spot, it was backbreaking. Having to play scouts into these two decks, it felt so incredibly difficult for Realkey.
Yeah, it absolutely did, and it was very clearly an active choice to target the Scouts deck. You could tell from the build. I also got a little bit of insight from watching Swim stream and watching him test with Kuvira before the event. Just like you can tell, like all of these choices that look so off kilter to what a standard a standard Ash Noxus deck or a standard Shen Fiora deck. It's all for a reason, and that reason is to beat the king of the meta, which is Scouts right now, or at least that was the call, and it is paid off in spades here. I mean, Swim securing an invite to a future fight night and coming in on the winner side, just really what you want to see. And honestly, I mean, I saw Kuvira in chat before saying, this is working out exactly how it was drawn up. Perfect. Great. Let's see Swim in the winners finals. Awesome. This is like, this is what you want to see when you've spent the time and you've done the testing and you know your tables and you have a read on the meta. This is the fruits of that labor for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, we see how it played out there with that results tab as well. It's Swim being able to find that win with Fiora Shen was massive in just allowing some more room for Ash Nox to pick up the win afterwards on Scouts. Just having to find one win on Scouts was a massive deal. But of course, we have a lot more fight night to go. Well, a couple more matches, losers semifinals, losers finals, and the grand finals will be remaining. But we have What Am I, the previous fight night champion, going up against Rattling Bones, who he actually beat in the finals of the previous fight night. So both are returning players in the losers semifinal. Coming up next, we're going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. I'm Casanova, and continuing to join me is the Blevins, despite his best interest. But we do have the losers semifinals coming up very soon. As What Am I versus Rattling Bones, a rematch of 2 weeks ago, the last Fight Nights grand finals. But let's go ahead and take a look at how we got to this point in the tournament, Blev, with this matchup we have coming up.
Yeah, we just saw the conclusion of Swim versus Realkey. Swim having a rather dominant performance in that matchup, though. It was a 2-1. Realkey did take a set there, but Realkey is now waiting in the losers finals for the winner of What Am I and Rattling Bones. Of course, they had to make it through their own paths with What Am I beating Nick Makes Plays, Rattling Bones beating Void in the previous round. But now they have reunited again after being in the grand finals of the last Fight Night. And instead of playing for the the additional prize money, they're now just playing for a spot to come back next week and even be in the running for prize money right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the ultimate goal, really, is to continue to play more and more Fight Nights, is what we found. A lot of the competitors always just want to come back. It's the most important part. So making that top 2 is really that big thing. And getting it winner's side is a big sigh of relief. Swim is like, okay, great, gonna be back next week. But now it's about pride and getting that extra, win under his belt. The rest of the competitors, it is entirely about finding your way back into Fight Night, trying to get another win. Rattling Bones has come so close to winning so many times. And he's going up against who he lost against last time, which is What Am I? And What Am I has the same lineup. What Am I bringing that Endureless? And I'm sure if we were to look at that, we would see some very similar things to what we've seen before. But Bones, of course, also, wait, is this a full rematch, Blevins?
Lineup? There's certainly cards that are different, for sure. But Bones notably, and again, I've been no-lifing Runeterra much to my pleasure, I will say. But I've been no-lifing Runeterra in terms of playing and watching streams, and Bones has very much been on the Feel the Rush is kind of overrated kick right now, at least in the meta. He is still on the OG War Mothers list. So no Feel the Rushes in this list, just good old-fashioned War Mothers. And we see that one of tech choice already in the Passage Unearned. And I think this is probably the first time we've seen it in a Fight Night where it wasn't generated from like a karma or something.
Yeah, I don't even know if we've seen one generated from.
I don't think so either, but that's the only time we would have seen it.
Right, absolutely. And I think what's super cool here is Bones kept Passage Unearned.
Yep.
So what is he looking at? I mean, obviously, right, we see Blighted Caretaker.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that he would be looking at that he's like, okay, I need this Passage Unearned?
I mean, Blighted Caretaker is certainly a big one. Cursed Keeper, in whatever combination that comes out in, I mean, it will kill the 4/3 for sure. If it's Caretaker onto Keeper, that's just a massive blowout. But besides that, I mean, Hapless Aristocrat, the spider generated from Elise.
I think you hit it, Blev. I think here's the thing. Bones is playing a deck that wants to ramp and it wants to play for late game.
Yep.
And one of the ways that you can just hard lose in early game is if they go Keeper Caretaker.
Yep.
But by keeping Passage Unearned, you have basically just denied the possibility of a nut draw just blowing you out. You've actually completely stopped it. And it is a one-of, so you're not going to draw more Passage Unearned later in the game that are going to break. You're just going to have this one. And yes, the Caretaker comes down. We won't see the Passage Unearned played. We might not see Passage Unearned played this game at all, even though he kept it. But the fact is he had an opportunity where if What Am I hit a particular set of cards that would have been devastating in a lot of scenarios, he would have been able to blow it out instead.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely correct there. It doesn't need to be the perfect get all the value in the world card to warrant its inclusion and to warrant its keep. It just needs to prevent the auto lose situation, which it certainly does. It certainly does in this matchup. And yeah, I think we figured it out, Casa. We sleuthed it as to what the Passage Unearned is doing in the deck and was doing in the opening keep for sure.
Yeah, and it is super cool to see it. I mean, of course, it answers FTR as well, which is probably the main reason why he has it included as one of, is he expected a lot of FTR decks, and it will help him win in that scenario. But
yep,
I think that, you know, it is cool to see Bones playing some pretty interesting mulligans, I guess. It's something that I've talked to Bones about mulligans probably more than any other person, and I think he is really smart about them. I really love hearing him talk about them. And so trying to figure out when he does something a little bit different is always very, very fun to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you know, Bones and Kuvira is another one too, and that I always hear talking about, specific, like just knowing the matchup so well that you're just like, it's not about the value that you're generating from a card or the power level of a card. It's about the power level of a card in the matchup that you're playing, right? It's not about how strong is Passage Unearned in a vacuum. You're not in a vacuum. You're in the War Mothers versus They Who Endure matchup. You need to look at the power level in that matchup and the scenarios where it's good. And that's exactly why we see this keep here. And this is the first time I'm ever seeing this animation, and it is actually really awesome.
Yeah, what a great animation. It was truly a great
wasted on a card that I've literally seen cast one time ever.
Yeah, it's very cool. We probably never thought we were going to see Passage Unearned in a fight night when it was first brought up. It wasn't something we really generally expected to see, but very cool to see it actually being played and having a spot in a meta where it actually does kind of work out.
Did he just kill the real one?
He did. I think he wants it to die for
They Who Endure?
He's
just dead now. Oh, it just doesn't matter. Okay, so that actually I think was a little bit of a misplay. Because it was I believe it was technically public information that the third caretaker was there. Because it was generated off of
from the stalking
shadows.
But no, I don't think he would know, right? Because the other, or both cards generated.
You could know,
generated, right?
Well, the tokens are generated. So if I think if you wait until he either plays it or you do it in combat, maybe it didn't. It may not have mattered.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, public information if you follow his hand, Nick is saying in chat, which is true. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not easy. And I actually did. I interviewed Riot Umbridge last week, and I specifically mentioned things like that. And maybe we'll get that, but I'm not holding my breath for a feature like that. I would really like it though to see like what is even just a little indicator of what's generated and what's not. But nonetheless, what am I able to take down that game there despite the Passage Unearned? And now Bones down a game here. Gonna be looking to get this W with the War Mothers against the discard aggro.
Yeah, and Bones on War Mothers. It was a big story of the previous fight night and just how good he is on this deck, how confident he is on this deck. But so far, already falling in one game, and now it's going against discard aggro. We'll see how it can do here. What am I picking up double Farron? But in his interview, talking about Farron, it's like, it's just a card I can discard when I don't need it. And it's good in the spots that it is, and likely we'll see these thrown away over the next few turns, potentially. Maybe one gets held on to. It just kind of depends on what the next couple draws are for What Am I.
Yeah, I was going to say that the Passage Unearned is actually a brick here, but can technically kill the Jury Rig token if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if there's just ever a better time, and if the mana being banked here is actually better or not. I think it's just a funny thing to think about. Is like, is literally doing that onto the Jury Rig actually ever good here. Probably not. Like, it's probably not worth it, but it is funny to think about. Is there just not going to be another time that you can play this passage on Earth? And is it better to just cast it now and clear away a 1/1? Likely no, but always funny to see.
Yeah, 3 mana, kill your 1/1 that you got essentially for free. I'm probably not looking to do that. Although he could technically have gotten value there and saved the Weirding Stones. Decides to take the more consistent road there. Of course, What Am I would be able to play the axe and still kill the stones anyway.
All right, but Bones able to save the stones, and that's going to allow an Alpha Wildclaw to be played on this turn. He's got 2 of them available, and these are certainly going to help Bones try and at least stabilize the board somewhat. As they can start to trade away with things, but also, importantly for Bones, I think, second Wildclaw coming down, attacking with both and setting up an atrocity. Bones kind of actually has become the aggressor in this game against One of My's discard deck.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if there's some number of get excited. I mean, even then, this isn't scary for Bones. This is exactly where you want to be. Like you said, is going to be able to set up some sort of a relatively easy lethal setup with the double Wildclaw play into the atrocity. And there's really not a lot of ways for What Am I to interact with that. And with Bones now going down to a very healthy 17, this is just nightmare scenario for What Am I.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like curtains on this game, which is going to, that puts Bones in a fairly solid position for the series, because he is running Swain TF, which does historically do all right against discard, at least as far as dealing with the board. However, when I look at Bones' list, it is not including Make It Rain, which certainly will hurt this specific matchup. I think if you're What Am I think you're also kind of okay. I think this matchup is a little bit more of a toss-up than it has been at certain times. But there are enough early game units that Bones could hit to potentially stabilize.
Yeah, and again, the discard aggro deck can literally have draws that are unbeatable by any deck, and any draws of those decks, that is always a possibility. The good thing from Rattling Bones' side is that he has a very low curve, and a lot of his spells are very interactive. I mean, Death's Hands, even Fervors, Guillotine to an extent, of course, Ravenous Flock, all going to be very useful. House Spider, of course, just does very good work at gumming up the board.
Yeah, and
stopping.
Excuse me, the draw from What Am I? I mean, he's going to be able to do some stuff. He's got Poro Cannon, and then he's going to go Draven with the Draven's Biggest Fan. So maybe this works itself out. But this is a very Monka-ez hand. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
he's got a top deck, a lot of good things.
He sure does. We also see Twisted Fate. We see Fervor. We see Spray Fin. Even have Arachnoid Sentry to, as a development punish. I mean, this is not super great. And even if those cards weren't in hand, I mean, the draw is not super aggressive from What Am I? I mean, Poro Cannons with no vision is not amazing, and the rest of the board just gets chumped or traded with.
Yeah, and I mean, the Rummage pickup, pretty solid here. You can try and find more. Actually, the Axe ditching the Farron. So interestingly enough, valuing that Spinning Axe even more, be able to set up some more discard. It makes a lot of sense because we're on that Augmented Experimenter. So the Farron's actually never coming down, but you can get value out of the Spinning Axe at some point. So that is certainly going to be really good. And now, I mean, Bones kept that Twisted Fate for a reason. And while What Am I will get one attack here, we will see probably a red card getting an insane amount of value immediately afterwards.
Yep. I believe you are correct about that. Okay. Bones deciding to just block maximum amount of damage. I don't hate it. The other option, of course, would be value trade with Croaker and chump Draven. That's also fine. That, of course, does 1 additional damage to Bones. And Bones says, Eddie Croaker can take it. I'm not sparing any life here.
Yeah, just, I mean, there's no healing, of course, you know, in these colors in the Nox build deck, but he just has to stabilize the board before it gets out of hand. And red card, definitely one of the best ways to do that. Ravenous Flock also going to be available to potentially answer this Draven. And, you know, we're not quite to the turn for What Am I that he needs to play this Augmented Experimenter. And Draven's biggest fan was really not going to cut it as a draw.
No. Yeah, especially he actually, I kind of think he would have wanted to play that out because I don't know that he wants another Draven. Maybe he does. Okay, he's not even gonna block. So yeah, I think you know, it's obviously gonna come down to what is this experimenter draw, right? You know, how much you know, is he going to draw Jinx? Is he going to draw another Experimenter? Which he, let's see. He actually,
how many is he on?
He does have 3, so he does have one more. A lot of lists do cut one of them and only run 2, but he's running the full suite here. Decides to go with the get excited first. Just go upstairs with it. I like it. Get your value while you still can.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to find every ounce of damage to send towards Rattling Bones because he knows that there's no healing. Like, that is the important thing here, is that Bones is not going to gain life. So if you can get that 3 to the dome, you can refill your hand a little bit with this Experimenter. The board position isn't dire for you. You're not going into turn 8 yet. You're in a reasonable spot. So this is kind of the best case for What Am I, but Bones having some great removal in response is a little bit scary for What Am I. Yep.
It certainly is. And, you know, it's also scary for Bones, of course, because he is going to be able to, What Am I, you know, if he draws a Jinx into, you know, really anything else, you know, Jinx is an extreme scare card. Rattling Bones is going to be able to answer it relatively quickly with the Fervor plus a keg. But you know, even a single rocket can do work here. And Ooh. What Am I hits exactly what you're looking for off of Experimenter. Jinx into another Experimenter. So Bones might be able to punish that pretty heavily, actually.
Yeah, he might be able to deal with it with his hand. The Dreadway deckhands being really integral in the response that he's going to want to have, as he will be able to answer leveled Jinx, but also Death's Hand going to be relevant for the unleveled version. Yep. Which normally that would not be a factor at all. So I think, you know, Bones has got to be feeling a little bit better about his spot against this Jinx anyway. And just deckhand Death's Hand is a really brilliant response to have. Or, I mean, arguably he can go for the Noxian Fervor instead, but a pass from Bones gonna open up the opportunity for like a Rummage or some kind of burst speed spell.
Yeah, I really like that pass there by Bones, because even if of course this is going to be a bit of a punish here, but even if What Am I, you want to make What Am I commit when he has very little mana, right? Like if he, like his out there was either Portal Cannon or Rummage to be able to level Jinx on that turn. And even if you can just delay the Jinx level by 1 turn, yes, future Jinxes that he draws are going to be leveled up, but you don't necessarily care that much. as long as you can delay it an additional turn, right? So I think I like this, even though like Bones does get a pretty good amount punished here. Still going to be able to deal with the Jinx. Still going to. Oh, he's actually just going to be able to play Riptide Rex, so that's pretty good. Though the Jinx avoids.
That's,
no.
That is not good for Bones, because that gives an additional card draw.
Yeah.
For what am I wonder if it's actually going to matter here, because I mean Bones can get very aggressive with the amount of damage that he dealt to face. He can force this Jinx to block, but that's an extra draw. That's important. One extra card can make all the difference here.
Yeah, and with the Poro Cannon, I mean, it's certainly going to be, well, with the Poro Cannon plus Vision being able to be cast at burst speed, there's it makes it all the easier for What Am I to potentially get to an instantaneous Jinx level up.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a rocket, I just don't know if this game is winnable, but we do see the Poro Cannon played now.
Okay.
So the instant rocket dream is probably gone. I mean, double rummage is not even going to do that either.
Yeah, double rummage. Yeah, it doesn't even work.
Okay.
Another Jinx is certainly what you want. Yeah, Bones just playing out the red card for full value here. Let's see, Jinx can come out.
House Spider.
Yeah, House Spider's going to be good,
a great response to the red card, getting 2 followers on the board.
4, 5, 6, 7, and we're not even going to see. Well, yeah, even if it was possible, even if One of my had an additional mana to actually empty his hand, would not be able to cast the rocket anyhow.
Right, he would not.
I'm wondering what the thought process is here of why you wouldn't attack. I'm a little bit curious, but because it seems like a pretty straightforward attack. But these are the types of things that you have to think. If you're Rattling Bones, you're probably pretty far ahead here. You have to imagine. So it's what are my lose conditions here? How do I actually lose this game? And trying to avoid that is absolutely priority number 1. Okay, so you see a arena battlecaster coming out. Not too crazy.
I mean, it's scary with the Poros though.
Sure.
Because it doubles their effectiveness on the swing, and actually with just 1 rocket, these Poros connecting end the game.
True.
They're worth 4, the rocket's worth 4, and What Am I has just a Jinx and then whatever the draw is.
Yeah.
So setting up a rocket generation on this turn is incredibly easy for What Am I. As of course, we can see that the hand cam is having a little bit of trouble here for What Am I, but we know what's left as far as what was there last turn.
Yeah.
It's a Jinx plus 1 more card.
Yeah, and this is, Bones realizing, yes, if it's Jinx plus cheap spells, like, I need to not die to a rocket. I need to not die to a single rocket. Yes, if it's, get excited. If it's Jinx plus get excited plus rocket, like, sure, I'm losing to that almost no matter what, right? So, what are the most likely outs that I can actually play around? And it looks like this will be a rocket generated. I believe. Yep, there's a rocket.
Bones heads up killing the Poro, though, because now he has a response. Century Flock.
Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that.
It's 1 rocket, but Bones is still alive.
Yeah,
and so 1 draw, 2 damage. Blev.
I will give you a hint at how many Mystic Shots are in the deck. I can count it on 0 hands. There are none. Get excited is a brick. There's nothing else that does direct damage, so this should be a Bones win on the open attack. And if he doesn't win on the open attack somehow, if he takes any amount of damage, the Rex is certainly going to end it.
Yeah, can he live on a jury rig? But
No,
then,
not
but
with
then the Rex.
not with
You're right.
Riptide Rex.
You're right. The Rex. And it is a jury rig.
Wow.
So if it wasn't Rex.
Wow. Actually, ridiculously close. Yeah. And that, yeah, what am I saying? I'll just go to 1, sure. Boy, oh boy, maybe thought that the Rex was overkill, but no, it was exactly kill. That's going to be it. And that is going to be Rattling Bones moving on to another match in the losers finals. Bones getting his revenge from last fight night and keeping his hopes alive for this one.
Yeah, Bones gonna get that revenge. Like you said, he's moving on. Bones will be facing off against Real Key in order to try and get his shot against Swim. But I mean, such a good set between these two players. It was amazing. We saw the bracket reset last fight night between the two. They played so many sets against each other, and One of My came out victorious. And we got one more here in the losers semifinal, but Bones able to take it this time around, and he's going to advance. Bones, he's been really wanting his fight night win. He hasn't gotten one. He's got a couple of second places, always top 4. And once again, you know, making it to the top 3, going up against Real Key, trying to come back for another week. And we're going to have that match for you shortly. It'll be Bones versus Real Key when we come back from a short break. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends, everybody. We've got 2 more series to go. Well, of course, there could be a bracket reset, but 2 more matchups left to go. Real Key versus Rattling Bones going to be the first one for you in the losers final. Let's take a look how the tournament has progressed so far to get us to this matchup as we reach kind of the end, the peaks, the crux, the finals of this Blevins.
Yes.
I mean, it's been a good one so far, but go ahead and break it down for me.
We're at the peak of the mountain where oh god, I'm forgetting the name of the cards already. Well, whatever. We're at the peak of the mount. We're at the peak of Mount Targon, where Swim is awaiting the winner of Real Key and Rattling Bones. Of course, we just saw the conclusion of What Am I versus Rattling Bones, the rematch from the grand finals of last fight night. Rattling Bones flipping the script there, though, and winning the revenge match and moving on. Before that, Rattling Bones did take out Void, and What Am I won versus Nick Makes Plays 2-0 in the losers bracket. But Swim has been carrying it through and is the full winner's side bracket, not champion quite yet, but is in the grand finals on the winner's side.
Yeah, he won through the winner's side, so he will be coming back to Fight Night next week, but also he will have that advantage in the final of if there is a bracket reset, or, well, being able to have a bracket reset be triggered.
Yes.
But the matchup that we have to get through first is going to be Rattling Bones and Real Key. And Real Key having the 2 decks that you talked about kind of at the top of the show, I mean, throughout the show, as being what you feel are the pillars of the meta. And I kind of like to take a look again at the Feel the Rush deck. This is, you know, one of the KDA cards coming out that has had a big impact on the meta as a whole. We've seen a lot of decks starting to run this, but it also has caused other decks to have to adapt to Feel the Rush. And if you haven't been playing on this patch or haven't played the KDA stuff quite yet, Feel the Rush summons 2 different random champions from your hand and deck and raises their stats up to 10. It's more like it's the Zoomer's War Mother call. You know, you need that instant gratification instead of waiting over a number of turns. You're getting it all right away, getting it all up front and trying to finish the game. So Feel the Rush having a lot of really interesting opportunity to work in this kind of War Mothers-esque deck while opening up for you to tech in more followers that you wouldn't want to tech in while playing War Mother's Call.
Absolutely. And Rattling Bones, of course, going for the more traditional the actual War Mother's Call variant. And we saw the card actually come up a couple of times in Rattling Bones sets before. The Passage Unearned is a hard counter to the Feel the Rush. They play Feel the Rush for a whopping 12 mana, and for just 3, you can entirely negate it. Now, that is certainly a game-winning play for the Passage Unearned player and a game-losing play for the Feel the Rush player. And it's such a huge mana differential that, you know, you can say, oh, well, they can just cast another Feel the Rush and be fine. Well, yes, but also Feel the Rush inherently takes a turn to recharge. Even if you have another one, you can't cast 12 mana into 12 mana. That's not how the mana bank system works. You don't have enough to do it. So the Feel the Rush getting countered for less mana than it cost is a huge tempo swing. And in a deck that in 2 decks that are for the most part very similar, that sort of swing can definitely be game winning.
Yeah, it can be very tough for the Feel the Rush deck. I mean, I would argue to say that if we see Passage Unearned negate a Feel the Rush, we will be seeing Bones take that game. Like I don't believe that there's a board position. I mean, it exists, but I just don't believe we're going to see that happen here tonight. So if we get to see that Passage Unearned really show its stuff, we will be seeing Bones picking up a win with that. But on the other side of the other pillar of the meta, you talked about the FTR as being one side. On the other, you've said Scouts, and that's we've seen, you know, Scouts do quite well for Real Key. Unfortunately for him, making the matchup against Swim so incredibly difficult. But maybe against Bones, it can work out a little bit better. I don't think Bones is nearly on as big of counter decks to this Scouts deck, and we might see why, you know, you talked it up as being this big, you know, monolith within this, this meta.
Yeah, I mean, Bones is certainly, I think, in an all right spot against it. I mean, it's the same old story with Scouts. It can win at any given time, right? Now, Twisted Fate Swain obviously does have a lot of different removal spells. It's got early game. It's got it all in terms of being able to counteract that, and of course, can go over the top with the Rexes and the Leviathan Swain package. But I mean, there isn't a there's no Make It Rain though in this matchup. Make It Rain's actually not super great, especially with the Rangers resolves being so prevalent. So I mean, it's all right. I think it's reasonable. Maybe a 55, maybe a 60% towards the Twisted Fate Swain. I personally wouldn't put it that high, but I think maybe some would. It's got a lot of interaction that can work very well against the Scouts, but again, Scouts can just put its blinders on and say, yeah, I've got I'm playing Uno, I'm playing a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, and I have a Relentless Pursuit on a later turn. GG, let's go next.
Yeah, I think Bones has every opportunity to be able to win this, but it will a lot come down to Scouts high rolling and also Real Key just playing around the right cards at the right time.
Yep.
I think that's a lot of the difficulty of playing against something like Swain TF, is the diversity of threats. So it comes down to making that right decision on what cards you need to make sure that you're safe against, and what cards do you need to throw to the wayside and just say, okay, he doesn't have it. And that's going to be the big difference that we'll see out of Real Key alongside just draw quality within this Scouts deck in order to make this matchup go in his way. On the other end of it, you know, we talked about the Field of Rush, and we talked about it specifically in the context of against War Mothers. But when we think about Field of Rush against the Swain TF, now this matchup is, you know, a little bit interesting, and I guess we'll talk about it more if we get to it, because we are actually going to get into game here, and it is going to be the matchup we did talk about more already, which is of course going to be the Freljord Shadow Isles mirror, except for one is FTR and one is War Mother's control.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is the theory that Rattling Bones and I know a couple others in the community have had, is that, you know, War Mothers is actually just better than Field of Rush right now. It's certainly going to be targeted less. And I mean, this is the kind of hand you dream of in a War Mothers or a Field of Rush deck. Like, ramp into Trundle. Yeah, give me that every single game, and I will be a happy player.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This hand so far from Bones is sick. Like, this is exactly what you're wanting to see. Gonna go Weirding Stones into Trundle. It won't be an attacking Trundle turn, but that's kind of fine. It's not really a big deal at all in this specific matchup. And they're just gonna handshake the ramp to kick things off. And yeah, we'll see if Real Key is able to stop the board control from Rattling Bones' Trundle, maybe with his own Trundle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I honestly, like, yes, you definitely want to play Trundle.
Ooh.
But this actually, depending... Wait. Did that just draw 4 cards? Did that just draw 4 cards?
That was either
Hello?
3 or 4 cards.
Hello? 3... Hold on.
Mode is right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Real Key is again going to overdraw. What?
What's that? 3 or 4? Was
I
it
think
4?
that was 4.
And then he burned a sentry. So he just drew all his top end in this matchup. Throw all our expert analysis out the window because he just drew his whole top end.
Yeah, he sure did. I almost... Okay, this actually works. I was actually kind of curious if Bones was going to potentially, instead of developing Trundle last turn, go into another ramp turn, but deciding not to here. And oh boy, is Trundle going to be thick when he attacks?
Yeah, I mean, screw voices of the old ones. It was the whole choir there for Real Key.
Yeah.
Coming in, being able to pick up so many draws. And we know this Trundle is going to be beefed up with this attack. I mean, there has to be 4, 5 maybe more. 8+ card.
I mean, if he actually drew 4 cards, it's at least 5 minimum. I guess we'll see. The thing is, though, Bones does have that Ruination, and I think that's where the Monka Ez was coming out. Does Realkey want to just take his attack now and kill the Trundle, or does he want to develop more? And now this gives Bones the opportunity to play a Ruination, and even though the Ledros is going to get his ability off and it's going to go back into the hand, it's going to be a wiped board for Realkey here.
The problem with Ruination, Blev, is then Bones loses all his ramp, while Realkey is still ramped to 9 mana next turn if Ruination resolves. So then Ledros just goes back to hand and Realkey replays it. So it feels like you almost can't.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? I guess you're just priced into playing Harsh Winds and into War Mothers next turn. I mean, that's not terrible for sure. I mean, that's certainly fine.
So let's see where the Trundle goes to. How much attack is he going to have? That is just showing what's on the board as the buffs. It won't show the hand with the eye.
Okay, I was gonna say, that is objectively incorrect. I know it was more than 0 cards drawn from that. I saw it happen. Okay, and that is +6. So that is certainly spicy. The good thing for Bones is that the Harsh Winds effectively fogs there, and actually Realkey throws away a bit of his ramp there.
So that was +6, and just as a note that there are 7 total 8+ card. Oh, well, the Tryndamirs. Never mind. There's more. There's 10. Okay, there's a lot. There's actually so many in this deck.
Yeah, plus like additional Trundles count.
Well, right, of course,
yeah.
Trundles count. Yeah, but that is still +6. Still rather crazy.
Yeah.
As War Mothers is online for Bones, if he wants to go for that. He also has this additional Harsh Winds to help him out. He has +5 on his own Trundle, so this Troll Chieftain also no slouch. Troll King, sorry, not Chieftain. I apologize.
A mere Chieftain. A mere Chieftain. Oh, please. Like calling the Queen of England a Duchess. Well, it's just a slap in the face. And Bones takes the double pass here. Puts the priority back into Realkey's hands. Of course, we've seen players like Bones really favoring the I want to be reactive at all points in the game, almost no matter what, right? Like we've seen that happen a good amount, and Bones even passing up on an opportunity to potentially develop a War Mothers, knowing that something like a Feel the Rush could just be potentially detrimental, and you know, Bones needing to be able to get the value out of his spells, not just the full amount of value, but getting the value that he needs out of them at the proper time. And Bones is an absolute master at playing to that. Now, Bones got a couple of different options here. He can play Ledro. I mean, he can play anything in his hand for sure. War Mothers seems a little bit risky, of course. Stygian Onlooker, probably also not a high priority card to play right now. Though, technically, if he went like Catalyst into Onlooker, it at least allows him a blocker for Ledros. And here, Ruination looks like it could be the play from Bones. Of course, does leave a Tryndamere in play for Realkey.
Yeah, I mean, this This did not go to plan for Bones after this massive draw from the Voices of the Old Ones.
Yeah.
And he's very much been on the back foot this entire time.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, maybe the atrocity is just the ruination there is just a necessity. But I mean, that seems like a very low value play there. Of course, obviously going down to 2. I mean, Bones is dead to atrocity at any point, so you might as well, get something out of that life.
Yeah.
Opts for burning a card.
This could potentially even have been Bones looking for Ledros and fishing for atrocity. But we do see the War Mothers potentially being cast. It's at least being queued up here. And there is still a freeze to prevent the Tryndamere from killing him on the attack on the next turn. But this is giving up against atrocity, which it looks like... Nope, not atrocity, but Feel the Rush.
Okay. Feel the Rush coming out, and it is spoken for itself in a lot of ways. I mean, that's an additional 20 power put onto the board for 12 mana versus the literal 0 that was put on the board for 12 mana from Bones. Of course, that's an unfair comparison, but I am going to feel free to make it. Trundle is the pickup from the second War Mother's proc, though. Quite good. Of course, this is going to prompt the freezes. Question is there third Tryndamere in hand? That could do it.
True, and with so many 8-cost cards drawn, it's certainly possible that we would have a Tryndamere show up in that Battle Fury finish it, but no, not going to be there just yet.
Okay.
That is pretty much all of Bones' resources expended at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he is of course going into an attack turn. And he does have a War Mother's online, so could potentially get something done here if he draws an atrocity. That's of course quite good. Ledros, of course, is Ledros is inevitable. So Bones, the clock is set to 1 turn, I believe, and this is the one.
Yeah, I think he had to find atrocity. Maybe he still can. Maybe Ledros on this turn still affords him an atrocity draw. And that seems like it would be the only option. And then it also has to dodge any response on the other side. But there are 2 atrocity in the deck for Rattling Bones. We've seen a Vengeance burned earlier as well. It's possible. It's just not super likely, but we'll have to see. I mean, if this top deck can be an atrocity, Bones at least still has the chance to present a win. Yeah.
Atrocity needs to be the top deck, and the outs for Real Key are 2x Flash Freeze. I don't believe we saw one played before. The 2x Atrocity, of course, will end the game in response, and then I believe there's 2 more Vengeance left in the deck.
Yeah, and now with the Kindly Tavern Keeper, that adds additional outs in the form of healing.
Vile Feast and Withering Wail and at Catalyst of Aeon. So increases the outs precipitously, I would say.
It may not be possible anymore for Real Key to not have a single out to atrocity.
It theoretically could be. I guess if his hand, let's see, if his hand is, there's 2 more Feel the Rushes, 2 Ruinations, that kills, and let's see, 3 Avalanches, okay, and then another Tavern Keeper. So theoretically, could potentially be a brick. Okay, opting to kill is Ledros here. This also does allow Vile Feast to kill the Trundle, which might change the math in terms of being able to potentially survive. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm curious if he can
doubt it,
live
but
with the
maybe.
healing in hand.
Yeah.
So he is going to clear away Trundle with Vile Feast. That has to be the line that he's looking at.
Yeah. There's a catalyst. So now I believe that is Atrocity out, gone, at least on this turn. I mean,
yeah, even
the
Ledros dying off just got rid of the Atrocity out. So
yeah,
Bones was no longer playing for that one. So he must be playing to try and heal and survive, get value out of the War Mothers. It's another Trundle.
Oh, he drew the Atrocity.
He hit it.
Okay,
But
it wasn't going to matter anyway because
yeah.
of the catalyst, but still. That now. There's a lot to get through, or there's a lot to have to stop here. The Atrocity might need to be used defensively, even.
Yeah, he has to survive. That is it for Bones. Now, just everything he can to survive. He has the Catalyst to heal, but it looks like some of these trades are not going to be super optimal.
Yep.
Needs the highest amount of
That's
HP.
-3. That's -3. So he is. Okay, that's -2. So the catalysts are still going to allow Bones to live here. Of course, the question is at what cost? And of course, Thanos would say everything, which is roughly true here.
Yeah, and War Mothers, I mean, it can pull a big unit, and there's an Atrocity in hand, so theoretically, Bones can start to make his way back, but it certainly
Can't pull a
doesn't
unit that big.
look very good.
It probably has to be play Ledros again. Oh, is this just the Tryndamere? The big boom.
It might be. It feels like most things that could be played by Realkey here are going to end the game, but Withering Will, yeah, that will put him to 1.
Okay.
With
that's
Ledros
fine.
dead, so it has to be an open attack from Bones that then can win with Atrocity.
Right.
It's the only option.
Well, yeah.
Healing, I guess, but
there's
I
no
think...
yeah, there's no yeah, I guess it would need to be
has to
there's
be
not even
Tryndamere.
mana. There's not even mana. The problem is
It's Tryndamere.
okay.
But is it even still enough?
6 will put the 9. Oh, it's presenting
exactly.
exactly. Ooh. Okay. I mean, you gotta present it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you go for it.
You can't not.
If he wins this, though, that would be
Absolutely
incredible.
stellar.
But we are in that spot. This is the moment. This is win or loss. Bones Atrocity versus Realkey's entire hand.
Yeah, but the thing is that if he just plays Ledros and he's going for that win, the only out to save him is actually the 2 Flash Freeze and the Vile Feasts. Because Vile Feast would put him out of range, and Flash Freeze obviously would counter the Atrocity. So it's not an infinite number of outs that save him. It's no longer Withering Wail. It's no longer Atrocity. It's no longer Vengeance.
But he goes the safe route.
Okay. Well, that changes the lines for sure.
I mean, we're still going. We're still going, Blood, because Realkey isn't presenting a win anymore.
No, he's not. Well, I mean, it's the same thing, right? The win is being presented via Ledros coming down. Vile Feast is huge. Vile Feast counters the Ledros from Real Key.
I mean, Bones has 2 Trinimirs on the board. It's FTA loses to Atrocity. Ledros probably loses to Atrocity here.
I mean, Ledros, I think definitely. Ledros doesn't even need to be responded to with Atrocity. Right. It can be responded to with the Vile Feast. So now, yeah, the Monka S comes out and Atrocity comes out. Yeah. I mean, you can lead with whichever one, I think. I don't know that it really matters. Atrocity in response. And even if this gets fizzled, Vile Feast can save him, and it actually goes through Rattling Bones.
Believe it. I can't believe it.
I feel like almost every time we have Rattling Bones on camera, we see a masterclass of some sort. This one needs to be framed and put on the mantle and rewatched for everyone. This should be the master's guide to playing War Mother's Control, because holy crap, I thought that game was over turns ago, Casa.
Bones is unreal. Bones is unreal.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that he was able to manufacture a win in such a horrible sequence of events to start that out, with all the draws of the top end, ramping into it with the voices of the old one for Real Key, and Bones just hangs on by the skin of his teeth over and over again and survives on one. Finding, we talked about, he needs that Atrocity draw, but it wasn't so unlikely for him to find it at that point in the game. It was very much he was waiting to reach that. He knew that was the way to win. He knew that was the way back in to this game, and he picked the perfect time to rip the War Mothers as well. And now Bones is up a game over Real Key. It looks like the client has bugged here with the instant surrender. That this, we haven't seen that one in a while, but that is
you still
standard
get it every once in a while. I mean, that game. This is definitely, this is certainly a Fight Night bingo card. Draw 4 cards off of your Voices of the Old One. There's a check. Lose a game where you cast Feel the Rush and generate 20 power, and your opponent immediately plays a War Mothers and gets a Weirding Stone. Lose that game. That just happened. Lose a game where you have a Ledros and your opponent is at 1 for multiple turns. That happened that game. I'm still I'm still kind of awestruck by that game and awestruck by Bones. This is not the first time we've seen this happen with Bones. Just absolutely knowing exactly the line that needs to happen. And yes, it could have been that Bones just bricks and never draws an Atrocity and the game's over and we're in the middle of the second game. Yeah, that could have happened, but he played to the out and he actually drew it. I'm at a loss for words, Casa. I'm sorry. I'm at a loss.
Yeah, I don't know what more we can say. We talked about it so much throughout. Just the execution though was brilliant from Bones, and being able to find the win, manufacture was the word I used, but manufacture the win. Out of that matchup with the War Mothers, it should have been favored to him, but it felt like he was going to lose this matchup that he was supposed to win, and still he just hangs on for so long, finds the win, and now he's in the position that he expected to and wanted to be in going into game number 2, having the win with War Mothers and having 2 games to find a win with Swain TF.
Yeah, and Bones taking the classic investment banker strategy. You can have 20 power right now, but what if I told you I could give you 50 power over 6 turns? It's I will take the bigger return in the late game. Like you said, the Zoomer War Mothers call, getting out invested by the Chad War Mothers call, the OG, the Boomer.
The Boomer War Mothers call, being able to take down the Zoomer this time. Unfortunate. Zoomers in shambles everywhere. as Rattling Bones is able to take that win. But it's actually very funny because Real Key is 17 and Bones is 30.
Yeah.
And, you know, we got this Real Key playing.
Literally Boomer versus Zoomer.
Boomer versus Zoomer.
Love it.
When it comes to esports.
you love to see it as boomers rise up. Nice college debt, idiot. I'm sorry, that one probably hits a lot of people really hard. But we move on here into the match. And Bones playing out some early game here while Real Key getting the classic ramp, the Weirding Stones, and not into a trundle though.
Bones saying, let me teach you a thing or two, kid.
Let me tell you about investment banking, kid. I don't know why I made that so
crazy. Where is it? When I got really scary. Yeah, I hope Bones doesn't sound like... Bones has a very nice voice, actually.
Yeah, Bones sounds nothing like that, by the way. This is just a theatrical reenactment.
Reenactment of Bones bullying Real Key out of that game.
This is the exaggeration on the rival news network that's like portraying Bones as this evil bad guy.
Yeah, play your stupid Feel the Rush, idiot. I'm gonna cast War Mother's Call.
That's Bones, the anime villain that we all wanted.
I hope Bones never watches this. I hope he never bears witness to what just occurred in the last 45 seconds.
We're just gonna see Bones message in the chat and said, "Yeah, I just concede."
I'm just gonna get a question mark later. That's it.
Yeah.
But you know, anyways, back to the match. We got FTR going up against Swain TF. We have the Swain available for turn 5, but Bones is generally quite patient with his Swains. I've seen a lot in matchups where there is heavy removal for them. A lot of times trying to bait them out, but we'll see if he decides to just go for the Twisted Fates blue card and maybe go for a little bit more control overall, or even just going to go for the gold card and potentially just guillotine or Ravenous Flock in this spot. I think more likely we'll see the Ravenous Flock onto the Trundle.
Yeah, there are 0 troll chants, so there is no way to prevent this from happening. So might as well. I guess there is a consideration if you think that guillotine isn't going to get you more value and you don't necessarily value the banked mana right now. You can potentially, save a cheaper interactive spell, but not going for it here.
I mean, this Avalanche getting an insane amount of value for Real Key, shutting down all of Bones' early game, but of course turning off the Weirding Stone as well, and Bones having a very good hand to deal with the board getting removed. These salvages, I think, are going to pay dividends in this control matchup.
Sure, they absolutely can. Swain, though, actually, Raw Swain actually looks pretty spicy here. I mean, right now there's no block. The answer is Flash Freeze just to stop the Swain hit. And that's best case scenario, I think. I guess Tavern Keeper could come down and chump. But outside of those two things, there's nothing that's this Swain can just happen. Of course, it wasn't Bones' attacking turn, so that changes literally everything I just said because I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
but the open attack does change things a little bit.
The open attack is still there, right? So it doesn't fully change everything you're saying. The opportunity,
vengeance, I guess, is the only difference.
The opportunity for Swain to hit is still there. It's just Real Key will have the opportunity to interact in this spot, but freezes will likely not work here. I think there can just be a Death's Hand in response to a freeze, which will give Swain the level up, which will grant him 1 attack, and he can get the Nexus Strike off and still push a lot of damage. So there's some good mobility for Rattling Bones, or maneuverability is probably a better word here, within this open attack, where he does have some answers to a couple of the responses. But of course, you mentioned the Vengeance earlier. That one is likely what Bones is most afraid of.
Yeah, and even so, I mean, a Vengeance on a Swain is a Vengeance not on a Leviathan, so that's certainly a positive. All right, the flash freeze coming out, and Bones has the response if he wants to.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh yeah, this also kills the ramp too. Yeah, that's a sad Poro from Real Key. Monka Ez coming out from Bones, but no need, as this is going to go exactly as planned for Bones. Level up the Swain, only going to do 1 on the attack, but the 3 additional is going to kill the Weirding Stones. Do another 3 to Nexus, as well as the 2 from the Krusty Koja. Real Key. Looking, I don't want to say in shambles, but the Sad Poro is never what you want to be throwing out unless it's ironically to try to bait your opponent.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Sad Poro certainly not the emote you generally want to be having to use.
Yep. I mean, Ice Pillar into Tryndamere, I mean, it's certainly not bad. It's going to threaten to kill Swain, potentially. Of course, basically every card in Bones' deck is a development punish in the form of Swain being able to stun. Bones just lets it go through. Not really too much he could have done. I mean, I think... was he able to do some sort of maneuvering there? And he could have, like, threw a salvage out to see what he drew. Oh! Both of those Ravenous Flocks were Swain's Ravenous Flocks. There's the answer. It's still just there. Okay.
Yeah, Bones able to still, reload.
Yep.
Get his Swain back on there again. And, he's got the opportunity to stun up the Tryndamere easily with Death's Hand. He will be able to guillotine it eventually as well, but stunning it and getting into the face with this Swain is pretty much just getting there.
Yeah. It's certainly a strong open. Of course, it's soft to Ruination. And while Bones does have a Leviathan tossed, is not what you want to see. Okay, Riptide Rex. That could possibly change up the math here. Perhaps not. This it probably just has to be the Death's Hand. It's really not much else that does anything, is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the Death's Hand, but then you're at the point where it becomes worrisome when Real Key is able to play any other big unit, because you can't get through with the Swain anymore. Maybe you can get through with a red card, though. That is potential for a bigger play.
That's true. That is very true. Yeah, I mean, if it's just another, like, well, it can't be another Tryndamere, obviously, but if it's just another big unit.
FTR.
What if it's another 2 big units?
Yeah, because you can only stun one of them here.
Mm-hmm.
But you can set up for a pretty massive Noxian Guillotine. So I think the spot is still all right for Bones. I think, you can go red card, set up 3 guillotines. Well, 2, sorry, because Trundle, of course, but 2 guillotines. And that's still overall a pretty reasonable position for Bones, considering the fact that he has this Riptide Rex available as well.
He does, but his opportunities to actually get the proc are slowly dwindling, I think. It's very quickly becoming tough for that to ever happen. Bones debating, does he want to trade a Twisted Fate for 4 damage? And I think when your opponent's at 5, you probably do. Or actually, it's only for 2 damage, sorry. Even so, I think you still probably make that trade. Okay. And I think this is just kind of a situation where Bones is kind of backed into a corner a little bit. You know, there's not too many other lines of play. I mean, this opens up a Leviathan of being lethal. You know, guillotine to survive into Leviathan. That opens Fervor to being lethal.
Okay. I mean, that is definitely a draw.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. The popsicle, oh, this could actually be massive. The popsicle attacking makes me think we have Tryndamere, we have Battle Fury, potentially. Although I guess Bones can pretty reasonably just block it. I guess it doesn't really change anything, but...
Problem for Bones is he can only play, you know, guillotine once, right? So he can only...
Oh, you're right.
Clear away one Tryndamere here.
You're absolutely right. I
So
always forget
Bones
that's how that works.
may be on the point where he has to go Noxian Fervor to face and just hope
Right.
that there is not a response.
Yeah, I always forget that that's how
Oh, this Trundle's not leveled. I saw the ice pillar on board and I was just like, ah, yes, leveled Trundle.
Oh, you're right. I
So-
did the same thing.
So okay,
This
Bones
block is fine.
he's in a lot better spot than I thought, but Atrocity is still really scary. Bones does have the countermeasure, of course, of this Noxian Fervor.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be at the point where Bones is again backed into the corner and just says, okay, well, I mean, if you have it, you have it. I'm going to lose anyway, so I just go for it. So if real key, again, you don't make a bluff that your opponent has to call. So, you know, present it if you have it. Don't try to bait something out of Bones if you're going to lose to it.
Let's see. I mean, if it's Atrocity backed up with anything, should be fine. Well, anything that, you know, can heal. So I guess it's not very many things, actually.
Yeah, Atrocity.
So, okay. I mean, it's... Cards are on the table.
Right. Okay, it's, I mean... Catalyst, Vile Feast, Withering Wail.
Right.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I mean, those
Looks like
are...
it's it.
Those are the outs.
Wait.
Bones gonna go potentially
Oh,
with the
he's
safe
gonna go
play.
for the kill. Okay. Okay. Doesn't actually present lethal, but it does play around the cards I just listed. The problem is this a play to not lose versus a play to win? Because how are you winning if how are you winning outside of this, I guess?
Well, it's
Like,
like how
after
does he
this.
get through this Trundle is the question at this point, right?
Well,
Because the guillotine gets fizzled by this Atrocity, right?
Oh,
And then
you're
you're
right.
killing
You're
off the
right.
other Tryndamere, but then you have a Trundle that's gonna regen back up. You only have the Swain on board, so that is where I'm kind of with you on like, is this the play to win? Are the good enough draws to get out? And maybe there are. I mean, you hit Leviathan and you're immediately right back in it. I think this probably has to be right, considering the just sheer volume of answers that we discussed.
Right. Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Your
House
opponent's
Spider
at
as well.
3.
So this might work because the Rex can go off, Blev, right? So
Oh, true.
maybe he can find it.
Swim. I don't know if that's a BM or just not knowing what's going on, or Swim saying, "Let me know when you're ready" in the middle of the match.
We saw the notification pop up a while ago too. It's a while ago.
Maybe he just didn't realize. Maybe he didn't. Swim didn't realize what match this was. Okay.
But
Avalanche
Avalanche is-
certainly lowers the outs, I think, or the possibility here. I mean, Leviathan, anybody? House Spider
Spider.
technically still presenting lethal via the Rex, although not necessarily, though. Depending on what comes out. Actually, if it's just Ice Pillar, Is the Rex even lethal at that point? Like, is the Rex even lethal? I mean, it could be, I think, if everything hits, but is it...
Yeah, so the damage from Swain onto the pillar should make it low enough. But Swain's not going to go on the pillar.
Okay.
The force will be Trundle to Swain, reducing its health as well.
What?
The math on this puts them both at 7, which guarantees 1 damage from Rex, even if they... Well, no, not... This is a tough spot, I think, for Bones. I'm trying to figure out exactly why the Swain is going away. I don't think... I'm trying to figure it out. I'm really trying to figure out why the Swain...
Well...
But he did get the damage in, so...
Roll!
Now it's just, does Rex win? Is it going to hit for a damage? It doesn't. No damage.
It didn't win. Oh, no. Oh.
Was this the only outcome? Was this the only outcome of hits that didn't deal 1 damage? Is that why the Swain went far left and he put 1 on the pillar? Is that the math there? Is there one possible outcome that this doesn't kill Realkey and this was it? It might have been. And that's why he went for the line that he did.
Oh, I know I did the line because if he pulls the pillar with Swain, then Trundle blocks the 2/2.
Yeah. Right.
So the way that that Bones did it just made it so that an extra damage got through, essentially, at the cost of Swain. So that was, I believe, Bones made the correct call there. I mean, that was very close for sure. This looks like...
Yeah, I mean, FTR...
Stun. Tryndamere is only going to get 8. Or is only going to get... Yeah, is going to get 8 through. Unless he just wants to pull the Rex, in which case he's going to get 7. So now we're looking at like Leviathan into Noxian Fervor.
Death's Hand as well.
Death's Hand would do it too.
He burned 1 Leviathan as well earlier.
True. Okay, yeah, this is gonna Ice Pillar on the Rex. This is gonna do an additional damage with the trend now. Okay, zaps. All the zaps are gone according to the Mobalytics. Oh no, sorry. All the zaps are in the deck. So certainly some outs. Another Rex. I gotta think that it's not going to get that the House Spider is probably not going to get through here.
Yeah, it will not. He wanted Leviathan or Zap Sprayfin probably because Zap, the elusive might be able to find the reach alongside a spell that it draws, but not able to find it. And we're gonna get a game 3. I mean, this series has been tight. All of the margins in these games have been, 1 HP, always sub 10, sub 5 even. And incredibly close. That Riptide Rex could have closed it out. Didn't get the hits that it needed.
Yeah.
And Bones is going to have to find the win going against Scouts now with this Noxus Bilge deck with the Swain TF. And you were talking about this matchup a little bit earlier. You were touching on it. And once again, how are you feeling if you're Bones going into this game with this matchup for your set point?
I have to think that you're probably in a vacuum favored in this matchup. I think, you have the sort of early game suite with House Spiders, Betty Croakers, of course, Arachnoid Sentries, to able to not just get completely run over by the Scouts deck. And then, of course, you have the follow-up with the Fervors and the Death's Hands, Flocks, etc. You're able to 1-for-1 a lot. And then, of course, you're able to get a little bit of card advantage with Zap Sprayfin or Salvage, and then finish the game with Leviathan and Rex. Now, of course, all that being said, you can always get run over by Scouts. But this is, I think, a very, very strong hand for Rattling Bones in this matchup. Codger, House Spider are going to be able to do a lot of work in terms of stemming the early bleeding.
Yeah, Codger Spider is definitely, exactly what you talked about, being able to answer a lot of the early threats that are put forward by Scouts. And then, we have a Flock here even potentially that could be set up to deal with a misfortune down the line if Rattling Bones can find an enabler. Even having his champion, Swain, does match up well against a lot of the followers within the Scout deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is this is certainly what you want if you're Bones here. Let's even offer up the trade early. Real Key going to take that trade. It certainly is a pretty big read on Real Key's hand. Of course, this now means, there's probably not any Bright Steel Protectors, because that would, of course, be a very strong proactive play from Real Key if you had that. And take the 2 and then get the free trade, essentially. Looks like Blinding Assault coming out. It's going to be pretty easily and well handled by House Spider, though. Okay, there's the Zap Sprayfins that Bones was looking for last game, but they show up here. They're still going to be fine. Not as good as they might have been in the last match, but they're still going to be okay here.
A little bit late, but, still a good draw. I think Bones being able to get a spell as well as a body on the board is overall something he's going to be happy with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now, Laurent Protege, of course, this could be a very devastating sort of start against a unit-heavy deck, but, the House Spider and the early game for Bones is really just an enabler. It's not your game. You don't care if your early game board gets taken down, and this is a very interesting pass from Real Key here. It's essentially saying, hey, Bones, I want that 3 mana. Let me eat that for you. I want your lunch money. And Bones offers to give it over. So Real Key passing up on the potential board and damage, or the board advantage here, in return for 3 mana eaten, and essentially putting the game back to a mana parity here.
Yeah, Swain definitely very threatening for Real Key. Has to somehow present a way to respond to this, as he currently does not have a fearsome blocker.
Yeah, and the beauty is that Bones can kind of attack for free. Now he still could have, because Riposte would not threaten to kill Swain. I mean, it would have to be Riposte plus another spell. But I does not look like Bones is looking to make an attack and trade the Bright Steel Protector for 3 damage onto the Swain.
Yeah, I mean, if he went in now, the Riposte on the Bright Steel would actually trade with the Swain. When before with the 2 attack. Followers, like you said, looked like a free attack, and having all these Rav Flocks with no enablers is probably a little annoying for Bones, but it's going to be nice to have those in hand once he can actually start putting damage on any of these units.
Yep.
And Zap Sprayfin might be able to find additional ways for him to generate value. I think that the highest value card for Rattling Bones right now would be a Twisted Fate. If you could find one off the top, I think red card, it picks up a lot of these kills, but also just sets up for these Ravenous Flocks to just devastate the board.
Yeah, and with the with the deckhand, can even set up a barrel to really be devastating for sure. But as it stands, looks like a zap gonna get eaten. This and whenever I see scouts attacking on the first attack, that really makes me think there's a relentless pursuit of some sort. It could, it's not necessarily because just the Bertrand attacking is not the greatest attack. Could be all right. Actually, potentially just not even attacking at all with the other units. Just going for the kill onto the zap. Now, Bones finally getting a target to cast the Ravenous Flock.
He's got so many of them. He's like, oh, I guess, yeah. Thank you. I will take this clear. Lauren Protege, sure. Why not? Let's clear him away.
Still technically a plus mana exchange, I suppose. And is freeing room in his hand, I guess. It's another tick towards Lee Sin if no, there's not even a crazy way that could be generated.
I did see a single Howling Abyss in this tournament. There was one. Just a one-of copy.
To the surprise of no one, that it is not playing for a spot in the finals. Here, I mean, this is we're right on the cusp of greatness for Bones' board and his prospects here. I mean, now we're in the Leviathan indirect stage of the game, which if you're unsure, that will likely end the game on the spot, if not shortly thereafter. Real Key has done a whopping 0 damage to Bones' life total so far, so certainly not the position you want to be in. We haven't seen, I was just about to say, we have not seen a misfortune yet. Of course, as I'm thinking it will appear. And now Sentry is a potential development punish. I was going to ask the question of why would he stun the Misfortune? Don't you want the Misfortune to attack? But of course, the multiple Ravenous Flocks are staring Bones right in the face, so he's going to be able to potentially cast that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to how does Bones want to navigate this situation? It feels like these challengers are going to get a little bit of value from this Fortune, but at least none of them are getting massive punishes here. So I think Bones is okay to kind of set up to clear away Misfortune, play the Leviathan on the next turn. I wonder if Bones could have even gotten away with playing Leviathan on this turn and just greeting out a Rex on the following. But the fact that Swain isn't leveled yet means that the Leviathan doesn't need to be rushed out. Bones can slow play it. He can go for the Flock on this turn and try and set up for a turn when the Leviathan can come down with the leveled Swain and start to get that stun value. Yeah.
Now, this attack really reeks of a Relentless Pursuit because Real Key theoretically could get a free attack with the Valor. Could just make this same attack with the Valor on the Scout token. So this really does smell a lot like a Relentless Pursuit here. So I think it's got to be on Bones' radar. The open attack with all of the units and not just the Scouts seems kind of sus for sure, but it makes sense with the Relentless Pursuit. And this Flock seems like it's going to potentially thwart a Relentless Pursuit. Not sure that the follow-up attack is really super good anymore. It's not threatening to kill Swain anymore. Don't believe. Nope. Unless there's another Misfortune.
Yeah, there's an additional 5 mana that can go alongside it. So if Real Key does have that Relentless Pursuit, it could be accompanied. by an additional misfortune. It could be accompanied by Quinn, which I believe this is a Quinn version.
Yep.
So there are some potential plays here that can come with a rally, but I'm not sure, as the board doesn't look super primed for a rally anymore now that misfortune is gone.
Yeah, the problem is Realkey kind of needs to keep up the pressure quite a bit, because Leviathan into Rex is likely going to end the game whenever the coast is clear to do that, and you're not just losing. And it's likely going to be next turn. I was almost wondering if there was ever if the greedy play wasn't to Leviathan there, but it was to just go for the raw Noxian Fervor to face and then play Rex after the attack.
There's a world where you would do that. And by you, I mean Blevins, the caster.
Yes, you mean literally me, yes. I probably would have ripped that off. I'm also the self-proclaimed worst TF Swain player of all time.
Oh, really? When did you proclaim that?
Right now.
Oh, okay.
And my results can back it up. I'm not sure if I've ever won with the deck ever.
I did hear you can just claim things now, so I think you can claim the worst TS Swain player. I think that is something you're allowed to do.
It is my secret identity in the Giant Slayer cinematic universe that is coming up. Not sure what my hero or villain, let's be honest, what my villain persona is, but my secret identity is certainly worst TF Swain player of all time.
Yeah, it's I believe it's just the crying baby. It's
that is true.
Secret identity.
Yes, it is Big Baby from Toy Story 2.
Oh no.
Which is you can make an argument as part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe because it's all owned by Disney. Okay. Back to the match. The Leviathan comes down here. We see Jenny off the top. This looks like that relentless pursuit that we talked about before.
It was there, yeah.
It was in fact there. Bones says,
"Oh, it's
this
so
goes upstairs.
Cute. It stuns Jenny. The first damage instance levels the Swain. The second to the face.
See?
Stuns the Genevieve."
Yep. As the worst TF Swain player, I would have never seen that.
I love plays like this. It is such a cute play.
Yep.
From Rattling Bones to actually get the stun onto the Genevieve and get his Swain level up rolling. So even if this first Swain is dealt with, there will be another one that he can play down to go alongside the Leviathan. And I think, Bones is starting to round the corner on getting past the aggression of this scout deck, and even can go ahead and just flock this Genevieve.
Yep, can just get rid of it now. Clears up some of that life that could potentially get soaked up from the Rex hits, which was so devastating last game. There's Bertrand coming through. See Valor as well. And unfortunately, I mean, this can chip away at the Swain, but unless there is another, I guess there could be another challenger that pulls the Swain, but even that, like, it still doesn't matter, right? The Leviathan Swain is certainly going to kill, but it's the Leviathan Rex that is really going to hurt Realkey's chances at advancing to the grand finals here. But he is at least, I mean, you got to overcome the hurdle that's in front of you first. You don't need to worry about that one down the road. Future you can deal with that. You need to deal with the one that's staring at you right now, and it looks like he's able to deal with it a little bit. Yeah,
I got to deal with the first Swain, and another one will be following suit. This one actually might be hidden, right? This is this the one that was drawn from the? I think he used the one that was drawn from the Leviathan.
I would imagine that he probably did use the one that was drawn from Leviathan. I'm not sure that this Swain is going to come out though, because I think it's going to be Mr. Rex that comes out.
I think I agree with you. I think that the Rex is very likely the nail in the coffin alongside this Leviathan on the board, and finishing up the clear of the board of Real Key. Going to be down to 2 cards and too much health on the side of Rattling Bones.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of how you draw it up, right? You know, kind of play this like mopey 1-for-1 game, you know, trade on the board here and there, jump through a couple of hoops, kill a misfortune. It's all fine. It doesn't matter. You get to this point, and then the over the top for Real Key is already have an established board and either level up a champion with a Relentless Pursuit or, you know, go super wide and attack and just kill. But as we can see, none of that has happened. And Bones got to the critical turns with a relatively healthy life total.
The preemptive Rangers
The open Rangers Resolve. I'm not sure why you open with it. Instead of playing it after.
I think
it's this is what I had in my hand. Got it.
Yeah, he's done. When your last 2 cards are 2 1-drops in that situation, I mean, there's no coming back for Real Key. And Bones is going to take the set 2-1 over Real Key and will advance to face off against Swim in the grand finals. Bones going to be back for his 3rd week in a row next week, but he wants his first win. Bones has been gunning for it for a while, and he's been the runner-up a few times as we take a look at the recap from that previous set.
Yeah, Bones is approaching who was it, Stan levels, where it was get to the finals multiple times, and you know, always the bridemaid, and then finally got there and got the W. But we'll see. I mean, Bones, I think this is his 3rd finals appearance. 2nd in a row.
That sounds right. 2nd in a row, 3rd total finals appearance for Bones, and as we talked about earlier, perennial top 4. He's always having a pretty good showing in fight nights, and just the first place has eluded him, but we'll see as he has another shot to get that championship. He's going up against Swim in the grand finals, coming at you right here in just a few minutes. We're going to take a short break, but we'll have the finals when we return. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We have made it all the way to the end here. We're going into the grand finals. Swim versus Rattling Bones. Rattling Bones been here many times before. Swim also a previous champion looking to reclaim the throne. But before we get too into that matchup, Blevins, why don't you break us down for the format of what Fight Night is for anyone just joining us here for the final?
Absolutely. So we have been playing a double elimination bracket with 8 handpicked players. Of course, 2 are returning, the top 2 from last week. Rattling Bones was one of them. Every match that we've seen so far, and for the rest of this tournament, will be best of 3, where the players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win a match, the players need to win with both decks. Now, of course, the players now are in our top 2, so they're going to be playing the classic $50 heads-up match between first and second place. Now, the other part here, which hasn't been relevant until now, is that little black box at the bottom. If the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins the first set, in this case, Rattling Bones, a bracket reset will occur, and the finalists will play one more best of 3. So, if Rattling Bones wins here, we're going to reset it and play another one. If Swim wins either set, that's it. It's over, and Swim is our champion. Casa, let's take a look at how we got here, though.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the paths, obviously, they're very different. We saw Swim make his way all the way through the winner's bracket, only dropping a single game to Real Key on his run to the grand final, whereas Bones actually lost to Real Key in round 1, 2-1, and then had to make the full losers bracket run, beating Green Sears, Void, What Am I, and then getting his revenge on Real Key 2-1. And notably, every set went to all 3 games. Bones has not had an easy road through this tournament, but he has toughed it out and made it all the way to the very top, where now he has to face his final opponent, and that is Swim. Now, it's a mountain to climb that he's already got to, and the peak is jagged as all hell. So we're gonna see if he can make it past Swim. But this lineup has looked good. However, Bones, his lineup isn't necessarily countered by what Swim brought. So maybe this is actually the one matchup that Swim might have wanted to dodge.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly not the 2 pillars that we talked about. Of course, War Mothers versus Feel the Rush, a lot of overlap there, though. It seems like the decks are a little bit more oriented towards beating the Scouts deck. So, like you mentioned, there is no Scouts here. So perhaps a lot of the tech choices from Swim are not necessarily going to pay off in the same amount. Of course, here's the thing, Casa. Flash Freeze, Harsh Winds, they're just generically good cards in the meta right now. They don't necessarily have to be 10 out of 10 home runs like they are in some matchups. They're almost always going to get value, especially when they're pushing towards the Ash level up as well. And then, of course, Fiora Shen, it can play very versatilely. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the table looks like versus TF Swain, but we obviously saw it perform against Feel the Rush. The only thing that is a little bit of perhaps a downside to Swim's lineup here is it almost certainly was not looking or factoring it all playing against TF Swain. As weird as that sounds, the meta was not saying TF Swain whatsoever. So that is almost certainly not on his radar when building this lineup.
Yeah, I think not at all. It doesn't seem like something that was expected out of Swim, and we only see the one person running it, and that is Bones playing that TF Swain. So probably not many players were expecting to see that, and we see Fiora Shen gonna be one of the options for Swim, and that the way it's teched is really, really interesting. We talked about it a lot, and how it just doesn't look like a Fiora Shen deck that we've grown accustomed to. And we're going to see if it can pay off in a matchup that it wasn't brought for. It was brought for the Scouts. It was brought for the follower heavy fights, but it was not looking to play against the deck list that Bones has brought. And we're not going to get it in the first match. We're going to start off with the two Noxus lists going up against each other. Very different, however. It is Ash Nox and Swain TF.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're even seeing Kuvira in chat saying exactly what we've been talking about. He and Swim built the lineup to beat the expected good decks, aka Scouts and War Mothers. And I mean, our Scouts and FTR / War Mothers, and no Scouts here for Bones. So we'll have to see, is he going to be able to get a W with that War Mothers deck and get a win with the targeted deck? We'll have to see. We start off here with a House Spider from Bones.
Yeah, gonna be the House Spider. We see on the other side, Swim does have the capacity to generate a lot of Yetis again. We've seen Swim do it multiple times throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
And wow, even hits the Assessor. So there is a potentially very good hand out of Swim here.
Yeah, this is kind of exactly what you want. I mean, we know TF Swain not great at dealing with a wide board, especially when that wide board is Yetis. And if there's a wide board of Yetis, the Assessor is going to refill and get even more. And lather, rinse, repeat, and we might be seeing the end of Bones soon here. But it's still very early. There's still a lot of game to play. It's just that in general, the spells and cards that Bones are playing are much better dealing with the smaller units than these chonky 3/3s and eventually the Yetis.
Yeah, and well, the barrel is going to help out at least in the 3/3 department. Like, we will be able to see Death's Hand be utilized to deal with a 3/3 or just a 3 toughness unit in general, whether that's a champion with Ash or just one of these Avarice and Trappers. But like you mentioned, the Yeti, I mean, the way it's dealt with is, of course, a barrel plus Ravenous Flock, but that's very specific, and we don't see the flocks here yet for Rattling Bones, and it's pretty tough to be in this situation, at least early on for Bones. But if he can keep the board stable, if he can get to the Swain Leviathan, there actually isn't really much interaction whatsoever for Swim. It's entirely just Freeze Cull to try and escape that deadlock that can happen with the Swain Leviathan. So there is room for Bones to find the win. It's about reaching that late game and getting the Swain Leviathan combo down, because that's where Bones' strength of this deck can actually come to shine against the Ash Noxus.
Absolutely. It's certainly going to be, we've talked in the past about the sort of timing attacks. There's, a very, a strong timing attack that can be put on by Swim here with the Yeti and company, potentially with Ash. If, these Death's Hands and Noxian Fervors are going to be used on these Trappers and not on Ash, certainly bodes well for, Swim potentially coming down later on with an Ash and getting value there and just being able to put on a ton of pressure and keep the tempo in his favor.
Yeah, the tempo is certainly the name of the game. If he can keep the tempo the entire time and prevent Bones from actually getting settled into this game, that is absolutely going to be the best chance for Swim. And I like this play. I like being able to keep alive the Trapper. Try and do your best to get around all of the plays that Bones has in the early game and just keep as much value out of your followers as you can.
Yeah, the fact that Bones is even considering this Fervor on the Trapper is amazing to me. Not that it's wrong, because I defer to Bones on essentially every in-game choice over mine. That is something I'm very comfortable doing, essentially without question. Except for that one play two fight nights ago where he randomly traded with a 1/1 instead of a 0/1. But that's neither here nor there. I still remember, and I still haven't gotten an answer because I haven't asked him. But here, I think it's possible that yes, Bones just needs to again keep the tempo, keep the board at parity. Don't let Swim get these even small advantages of just like, okay, I'm gonna you know, I'm gonna you know, get ahead here. I'm gonna kill your unit, and you're not gonna kill mine. I'm gonna keep, you know, an additional 3 power unit on board. We don't want that. But Bones still, I mean, it keeps the fervor here, not expending it, and I'm interested to see how he's going to navigate these next few turns, because it is going to be Yeti Town, USA, very quickly.
Yeah, see how he navigates through this Yeti cave. He's gonna have to make his way, this weary traveler trying to find his way home. But yeah, there's Babbling Purg running from a couple Yetis on the other side that he's about to approach.
Yep. Babbling Bjerg bursting into the Tipsy Owl, exclaiming that there are Yetis, and no one believing him.
Despite the fact that the Yetis are literally right behind him.
Yes.
In this exact scenario of him doing it.
This is exactly how the Babbling Bjerg unfortunately drew it up.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. And Swim having the capacity to draw more with this Assessor. You can even go Yeti Assessor on this turn, go for just a draw 2, which is still probably worth it in this situation. It's a really good development, and you know, just 2 extra cards here alongside what you already have seems like it should be overall enough gas to get you there, considering the amount of board pressure that Swim has already.
Yeah, you certainly, you know, Swim does need to start putting on that pressure. The Swain, of course, is already in play. The Zap Spray Fin has just been attacking for, you know, a mere 2 a turn, but in a deck that has no life gain, I mean, both of these decks, I believe, are at 0 life gain spells. Yeah, there's no Tavern Keepers in Swim's deck, so no ways to gain life here. So damage that is dealt forever. So even the little, you know, scratches of Zap Spray Fin here and there can certainly start to look deadly a few turns out when we start getting into these Leviathan turns, and Noxian Fervor going to face to stun with Swain, or a Twisted Fate getting a damage here or there with a red card. It all adds up and it all sticks, is the scariest part for Swim here.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, you talked about the red card. There's a red card here. It's going to drop everything very low. It's going to level Swain. And, you know, that's...
Casual 14 damage dealt.
Yeah. Just leveling Swain by itself. That sets up for this Leviathan coming out in 2 turns to actually start generating a lot more value. But Swim positioned himself to draw 3 with the Assessor. And so he will basically have infinite cards. It's just a matter of, will they be the right cards to deal with Swain Leviathan on board?
All right, and you know, we mentioned it, we teased it at the beginning. The timing attack and the tempo is what is very important here. And yes, Assessor gives you a full hand, or at least a fuller hand, and is able to give you a lot of resources, but it's all about the tempo. If you die with 10 cards in your hand, it doesn't matter how much value you had. It's about your opponent tempoing you out. And you know, both players know this this concept very well, and are going to be able to try to play and evaluate what their best odds are. But you know, it's very hard to not draw 3 off of Assessor, but I'm not. It's possible it wasn't the right play. I'm not trying to say it is or isn't. I'm trying to look at it as like, oh no, don't just windmill slam the Assessor and draw your 3. It could be a fool's errand potentially.
Yeah, potentially so. I think one thing Swim did want to look for, though, is the Culling Strike for these upcoming turns, because he knows that is his response to a Leviathan. He doesn't really have another answer. Other than that card, it has to come alongside a freeze. So he's got the freeze, he's got that half, but he needs to find the culling. And we know that Bones has this Leviathan to come down on this subsequent turn, and it comes down to, does he ever play around the freeze culling strike, or does he just say, okay, well, me getting this Leviathan on the board is my win condition, and I just have to try it because I'm not going to be able to force you to expend your resources without it.
The question is, can he ever not play around that, or can he ever not play into that? I don't know. The tempo is still very much Swim still very much has tempo here with just so much power, and something like a troll chant here is going to be potentially even keeping the Ash alive. Could be he could actually keep. Can it keep two things alive? Yeah, could actually keep 2 units alive here, if he wanted to.
See if Swim decides to utilize the troll chant. Like you said, just keeping extra things alive.
Yeah.
Trying to have more tempo available.
Yeah, I mean, it really... Okay, that is... That's effectively going to just heal the Ash, which is certainly fine. The Bjerg is potentially even better off dead here because it opens up space. So you don't even necessarily want it. It is at least it's potentially going to be overwritten anyhow. So this is Bones looking to Fervor to actually kill the Ash. It goes through, and it looks like 7 damage dealt to Bones here, going down to 10. But we're going to see Swain Leviathan online, at least as an option for Bones going into this turn.
Yeah, and currently no Calling Strike for Swim. And he doesn't find it on the top deck either.
Okay.
So interested to see if Bones just rips this Leviathan.
And Bones, of course, is going to be considering what are the odds of freeze plus Calling Strike, and can I play around it and still reasonably present a winning line? And it's going to be tough to. It's certainly going to be tough for Bones not to play Leviathan here. I don't know if there's a lot of lines where he doesn't do that. I mean, he could spray fen and wait a turn. It's tough though.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think that this has got to be just Leviathan, and you just kind of have to hope that there isn't the culling.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that is just your win con at this point in the game. I don't know if this app Sprayfin is finding you a spell that is turning this into a winning scenario without playing the Leviathan at any point. And if the culling's there, it's coming out eventually. By holding back the Leviathan, I think you're not forcing Culling Strike with anything else this game. So you just have to hope that it's not there, and then go for this Leviathan, Swain Leviathan online. It can carry the game. It can win the game. I mean, we see it time and time again. If it's not responded to, it will just inevitably win.
Yeah, and at this point, it's now it is Frostbite. It is another Frostbite into culling that is the scare here. It can't even be Harsh Winds into culling, of course. I mean, it could be on the subsequent turn, but it's certainly harder, I think, for Swim to have it, considering he just played a Frostbite onto the Zap. Bones considering, is that a game-losing play if I get my Leviathan struck? And Swim gives him that answer and says, yeah, I don't have it, at least not right now. I'm not going to go for it. And Swain Leviathan online, going to stun 15 power worth of units. And though Bones is at 10, it is a full board versus a stunned board. And no Culling Strike drawn by Swim.
Yeah, still not hitting it. And I think that maybe Swim has one more turn to draw it. But I think that's about it. I think it's not many more than that.
Yeah.
To actually reach the Culling Strike and be able to stop this Leviathan from just ending the game.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be tough here. The Iceveil Archer.
Oh wow.
Does anything.
This is just an attempt. You just
the Rhyme Fang Wolf. Okay, I did not even realize there was a Rhyme Fang Wolf.
It's desperation from Swim is what it is, but it's a good try, but it's gonna be answered by Arachnoid Sentry. And it's just a slow roll to the finish line for Bones, as long as he can dodge the Culling Strike on this next turn.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's just not even if the Culling Strike comes out, that will be effectively Swim's whole turn. Be 9 mana spent to kill the Leviathan only. 3 damage is going to be dealt, putting Swim to 5, and then potentially 4 damage worth of Zap Spray Fence are coming through. So
yeah,
even if the Culling Strike comes out exactly next turn, I don't know that Swim is in any better of a position.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the stuns that will be happening, and Bones is going to use Flock to make it so the stuns are even going wider across Swim's board and setting up an open attack to potentially land even more. So it should just be done on this next turn. Even with a Culling Draw, it might still be over. And so, yeah, I mean, that's
going to be the whole board is stunned.
Yeah.
Harsh Winds is going to stop that. He's going to do
it'll
6
still be done.
plus the 3. Yeah.
Okay. Bones going to pick up game 1 over Swim of the first set. Well, potentially first set of this.
Well, it's still the first set.
Final.
It just might not.
Sure.
It might be the last one.
Might also be the last set. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, gonna find that first win. Gonna get it with the Swain TF. We talked about how it didn't feel like Swim's lists were built directly to deal with this. It feels like this one kind of slipped completely through unnoticed. And looking at pretty much everyone's lineups, it feels like that was the case. And Bones was able to sneak in with this one. He picks up the win in the first game. And now it's War Mothers left for Bones. I mean, this is exactly what he wants. Bones has talked about, how he always feels like he can win with War Mothers. He feels like he won't lose. Now, obviously, that changed a little bit in this tournament compared to the last time we saw him, where I think he literally only lost Grand Finals matches with War Mothers. Or actually, I don't even know if he did. He might have not. He might have just lost with this other thing, but it doesn't matter. The fact is Bones is very proficient on this deck. He's very confident when playing War Mothers, and he's got 2 opportunities to find the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we saw. I'm still awestruck by that game we saw before, the War Mothers versus Feel the Rush match. That was just an absolute masterclass from Bones. But I mean, at the end of the day, Avalanche, and he kept one in the opener. It's certainly going to help, potentially deal some against, early Iceveil Archers, Trefarian Glory Seeker. Of course, you want to be able to kill, because it can just kind of do a bunch of damage if you don't have. It can pull blockers, yes, but it can also just go face if there's nothing out. And a lot of times, that is, Glory Seeker is going to be eating a Weirding Stones, which is nightmare scenario as well.
Yeah, Passage Unearned, looking like an unearned slot in the deck when it comes to the matchups he's playing against Swim. It certainly hasn't worked out as well for Bones on stream as he probably would have hoped. We haven't seen it really do much. But still, I like the tech, and it got him to the finals. I'm curious if it, in any of his sets, was a difference maker against an FTR deck or something of that nature. But here in this grand finals, it's like having a blank card.
Yeah, it is a 3-mana blank. 3-mana do literal nothing. Okay, that is the classic turn 2 late catalyst.
Yeah, day late and a mana short.
Yep.
Not going to be able to play Trundle.
Not that he, I mean, it's possible that Bones wouldn't want to play Trundle into this Rhymefang Wolf anyway, but also you'd still rather have the mana than not.
That's true. That is true. I think, yeah, playing Trundle just raw into the Rhymefang Wolf without really much help would be probably a little bit grief. Considering that it's a turn 4, it could be an Ash, it could be an Iceveil Archer, it could be, you know, just any of the other freezes. But yeah, I like the Avalanche here to just deal with the Rhymefang Wolf. It gets a little bit of extra value that it wouldn't have gotten on the last turn by dealing damage to the Ash. Maybe set up a future Avalanche to clear her away. But no, just the Vile Feast. Actually, I didn't notice the Vile Feast in hand. So that's a pretty clean removal overall for Bones. And forcing out the Troll Chant is overall probably positive.
Yeah, still leaves. I mean, it does come at the cost of 5 life, but unlike the TF Swain deck we just saw, there is a lot of life gain in this deck. So, you know, Bones can afford to take, you know, 5 and not feel too bad. I mean, he already has 3 of that healing in hand. Let me go here. Trundle now developed. We do see the potential for Iceveil plus Culling here. If Swim wants to go for that, there's no response, so it would be a clean kill on the Trundle. And do a pretty, you know, a sizable open attack. Wouldn't be too bad. Could just go for a develop of a Hearthguard, or a Hearthguard. 3 doesn't have enough for, is 1 mana short of going Iceveil Archer plus Glory Seeker plus Culling, which would be very spicy, but is a little bit off.
Yep. So instead, just going to be Iceveil Archer Culling. Deal with the first Trundle. Now there is a second one here for Bones. You can potentially go to an Avalanche, looking a lot better once again. Anytime it can clear away 2 followers or 2 units, I should say, as that is Ash alongside the Iceveil Archer. But anytime you can clear away 2 units versus the Ash Nox deck, I think that's probably something you're happy with your Avalanche.
Yeah, especially when one of those units is Ash. I think you kind of have to. Here, this is maybe a little. There's a number of options to go for here. Let's see. Okay, Vile Feast on Ash just essentially makes it so Ash can't attack. Which also means that Iceveil Archer couldn't attack, and means that you're essentially just gaining a life and then blocking a Hearthguard.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. This is actually really, really smart to be able to do this because you can just chump the Hearthguard. The attacks look really bad for the Ash and the Iceveil Archer. You set yourself up to Avalanche maybe on a better turn. Where you're not going to have to take the 5 damage from the Hearthguard to do so, and potentially just opens up a Trundle development instead on this turn. So I really, really like this line from Bones. I think this is working out really solid.
Yeah, that Vile Feast there, I mean, it's such a small thing, but like, how many people are just hitting that Iceveil Archer with that Vile Feast? I mean, I probably am. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm probably hitting that Iceveil Archer without even thinking about it. Not hitting the Ash. It's like the Ash is already dying to the Avalanche. I can just kill a 3/1 here. Why wouldn't I do that? And you know, Bones, I think, is in a much better position because of the line that they took.
Yeah, and wow, even just gonna go for the ramp, setting up to potentially play Ice Pillar. He could go Ice Pillar Tryndamere on this next turn. And while that Ice Pillar will be developed without a Trundle on board, I think it's still a pretty good develop to get that vulnerable applied each turn and the blocks available. So pretty interesting to see the ramp here. And I'm curious if he is ramping specifically to be playing these 8 mana cards.
I mean, it seems like you kind of have to be, right? I mean, even without the Trundle to back it up, Ice Pillar into Tryndamere is just such a classic Runeterra play these days. It's just so strong. Usually you'll have, of course, the Trundle already on board. Those are best case scenarios. This is just a very good case scenario. Oh, and there's Warmother's Call. Potentially, now Bones potentially going to be in a position to, obviously go all out, go ham on this turn. Maybe only cast something like a Vengeance on the following turn, and then go into a Warmother's, and then you've got Warmother's up, against an Ash Noxus deck, which is, it's going to be good in general. It just depends on how big of a board does the Ash Noxus deck have, and how close is, Ash to presenting lethal. I actually see the Avalanche here, just going for the Ash kill, and I actually really like this because if you have Warmother's Call up, your units are going to be, they're going to be battling against a lot of what Swim is doing anyhow. But also, like, you can just chump block things, and that's fine. You're not. A lot of these units don't have Overwhelm, except, of course, for the one of Trundle and the Sejuani's and Captain Farron. But that's all. You can deal with that as Bones.
Yeah. So it can be Warmothers. The scare is a full wide board, I suppose, if you do go Warmothers here.
Yes.
Like if there's, like another Glory Seeker and like maybe Iceveil Archer and then an Ash, like that's a pretty scary sequence of cards that Swim could have. But I do wonder if we'll just see Bones rip the Warmothers on this turn. When you see the Glory Seeker, that starts to make me a little bit nervous to play the Warmothers if I'm in Bones' shoes. I think just that unit itself is a little bit scary, but I do like this pass. I think that it does make it so it's like, okay, if you attack me now, that's fine, and I can play Warmothers. And if you develop more, then I have other options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is not... Bones is, not looking to play a pre-combat Warmothers whatsoever, because, at any number of the lines you just detailed are going to be absolutely catastrophic. But Bones, of course, going to see how thin can he stretch the defensive prowess of this Ice Pillar and this Vengeance. Can he get by with just that, and then open into a Warmothers on his turn, so he's not going to be attacked, and then effectively get 2 units out of Warmothers for defensive purposes.
Yeah, I mean, this seems really solid for Bones. He can just go with the Flash Freeze and then go into Trundle potentially, or he can go Vengeance. He can also play the Flash Freeze and still have enough for Warmothers on the next turn, exactly, if he wants to save health. So there's 2 options here, right? It's play Flash Freeze plus Trundle, or play Vengeance plus Flash Freeze, or just Vengeance. I guess 3 options that could be reasonable lines.
Yeah. I think I like saving the Flash Freeze and playing the Trundle. You're going to be able to gain your 5 life off of the Flash Freeze on a later turn, I think. You can basically gain that 5 life whenever you want.
Well,
is my thought behind
it can't be Trundle here, right? Because he's got a Warmother's next turn. So it had to be,
right.
if he wanted to play Trundle, it had to be Flash Freeze plus Trundle.
Ooh, that's a good point.
And then he could have Pillar Warmothers, right? And then that's pretty strong. Instead, it's just going to be Warmothers on this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of up to the rolls, but the Flash Freeze draw, I think, was pretty strong.
Okay, that's literal worst. Okay.
That might be game-losingly bad, because it does die to this culling.
It sure does.
Well, I guess to be fair, Swim had the Flash Freeze, so any unit except for Tryndamere Could have been Flash Froze plus culling. Unspeakable
Ooh,
Horror.
that is massive.
Wait, does that
uh,
make the difference or
let's see.
not?
1, 2, 3, and then the pull. So 1, 2, 3 in the pull. Ooh, I think he's exactly dead. I think he's actually exactly dead, even without the Yeti develop.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case.
Oh, also, if he pulls the smart way and not the dumb way, I was thinking it's super dead.
Okay, well that's it. Swim's gonna pick up this win.
Yep.
And we're gonna have a final, well, a game number 3.
Yes.
In the first set between Swim and Rattling Bones. It's gonna be War Mothers going up against Shen Fiora, and we actually saw Swim take a win with Shen Fiora earlier against a control deck.
Yep.
And so that's really, really close. I'm very curious to see if Swim will be able to do that again against Bones here, considering that Bones is so incredibly strong on this deck list. I think that I don't know if anyone is better than Bones when it comes to playing War Mothers, at least not right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very small number of people, if any, for sure, and I don't know if I'm necessarily if I'm picking anyone right now, but I mean, certainly one of the strongest players. Even had the sort of prowess last week of I'm not going to lose the War Mother's Call. It's my other deck that I'm worried about, and that sort of played out for the most part in most of the event last week. But we're here, and again, Swim, Kuvira, and company, and really targeted. Maybe not this deck specifically with War Mother's Call, but also maybe because I believe, if I recall correctly, Kuvira was also in the camp of War Mothers is better than Feel the Rush in the meta right now. I actually don't remember where they fell on that scale. If they're in chat, maybe they can say. Not that it really matters, but I believe that this is at least the general archetype that they were targeting with this lineup, and we're gonna have to see if that sort of preparation is paying off here for Swim, as he needs just one more game in this set to win the whole thing.
Yeah, just one more, and he does have the Fiora into Shen setup, the 3-4 that you love to see if you're playing this deck list. River Shaper to help the refill, and actually Rally, Relentless Pursuit being a massive card in this specific matchup. You want to be able to go aggressive, go under this War Mother's Call, and this is a way that you can do that. But of course, so much ramp available for Rattling Bones here with the Double Catalyst and the Weirding Stones, and he does have that War Mother's Call available. However, there are denies, if I remember correctly, in Swim's list. There's
the
three
full
of them.
three.
So you got to go for just the rip on the on the War Mothers and hope that it's not there a lot of the time. But
Tofarian Gambit, it's going to be a thing. At least to me, it's going to be a
someone
thing.
else will say it one time, and Blevins will feel vindicated.
Yep, it'll be yes. I absolutely will. No one's going to say it. But where's Topher? He's the Batman in the Giant Slayer cinematic universe.
He's Rachel.
And I'm Commissioner Gordon, summoning Topher when we need him most. But we'll see here. I mean, the River Shaper certainly is just a massive player in this matchup. I mean, it's drawing cards against a control deck, and if you're not familiar with classic card game adages and knowing basic rules, a way to beat a control deck is to draw more cards than them, even if you're not playing a control deck. That's a really good way to combat what they're doing. So a River Shaper getting free cards, at least one so far, and it of course is that deny that is going to be able to potentially counter that War Mother's Call.
Yeah, I mean, having that deny is massive, right? Like, this is exactly what Swim needs. He needs to be able to utilize a War Mother's turn to turn the tide and try and win the game. I mean, deny plus Relentless Pursuit makes it so the fact that both of those cards are in the deck could scare Bones off of ripping War Mothers at certain points within this game, and he'll have to try and win it a different path. And that becomes difficult for War Mother's lists a lot of the time, especially considering if Swim can protect this board to the best of his ability. And we see just ramp realistically for Bones right now.
Hey, he's got, I mean, he does have the Alpha Wild Claw. He's got the Trundle out already. He's got the War Mothers. All this stuff is fine, but like Wild Claw is actually not super great here. Trundle even is only kind of medium. I mean, you really can't attack into this, right? You're just gonna trade with a riposte or something. It doesn't feel good, so it looks like Bones is just like, yeah, you know what? Let's just stock up on this mana thing and see where we go.
All right. Well, more ramp available for Bones. Going up against this relatively small board right now for Swim, but of course staring down 8 mana. And, 5 of which being able to be played for followers and champions, and it will be Shen played down for Swim.
Mm-hmm.
Setting up for a reasonable open attack as well, with the ability to grant the barrier onto a challenger unit. And Bones has the option to just go for the Vile Feast onto the tracker, but this does lock him out of playing Catalyst. Catalyst would only get him... Well, it would get him to 8 mana, so he would have been able to go for a pillar on the next turn if he went for the Catalyst play here, but he's deciding against it.
I think he's still... Did he play the second Weirding Stones this turn? I think he did. So I think he is going to be at 8 mana. Because he's at 6 now from the first one, and then he'll gain 1 for his turn, and then another from this new Weirding Stones, I think. To go to 8. Maybe I could be wrong. Ranger's Resolve coming out to save the tracker here. Again, not really... well, I guess you theoretically could attack maybe there with Trundle, but not for a lot of value, if any. But Swim now is in the position where he has to decide how much does he want to commit. Does he want to, soft commit to, putting more onto the board and then essentially saying, okay, this deny is for Ruination. Could be an option, and a relatively strong one potentially at that. It could be, just open attack. Get some pulls off here. A preemptive riposte onto Fiora. Pull the Trundle and go from there.
Yeah, just getting very aggressive. I think that this is a good thing to do against these War Mother decks. Potentially, we will just see the Vile Feast ping, trying to get through this Fiora, but the Trundle still will go down. Swim might be okay letting this resolve. I think the deny is important that he holds on to it, so we likely won't see that on a Vile Feast.
This is literally... I mean, I think in this matchup specifically... And honestly, maybe even in many more matchups, Fiora is just a 3 mana 3/3 Laurent protege. And then sometimes it can be it can get 4 power. The win condition. This is not even though there are a decent number of units that you can kind of randomly pick off in the spiders and in the Weirding Stones and whatnot. This is not the matchup where you're going for a Fiora win con, I don't think. So
yeah, certainly not.
Swim is more than happy with that trade there. Getting rid of a Vile Feast and a Trundle there for a throwaway 3/3 and a riposte, which can be useful, but also like it's more so useful for the +3/+0 than even the barrier a lot of the time in this matchup.
Yeah, and Swim now having that Cythria to go alongside the Relentless Pursuit, I think is really, really scary for Bones' position looking at his hand. Now, he does have some followers to play. He's got the Alpha Wild Claw. He has the Avaros and Hearthguard. Both of these very beefy units, going to be able to block pretty effectively, get some good value trades down, but they're expensive. It's going to be hard for him to develop them, and he can't develop both in a single turn. Whereas on the other side, Swim can develop Cythria, can potentially develop an additional unit and go for the rally. It starts to become very, very tough.
I mean,
especially considering the barrier for
right now. What does rally look like right now? Okay,
I'm
not gonna go for it.
I think the reason you don't go for it here is because you have the Cythria, and now War Mothers
is well, okay, it's gonna get denied, sure.
Denied, but then you slam Cythria and go for the open attack.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good.
And then you have Rally to follow up. I think Swim might be able to just close out this game.
Is it possible that you just say, okay, I guess with vulnerable on Shen, you don't want to do this, but could Swim? Is there ever a world where Swim just says, okay, War Mother's call resolves, and I just play Cythria and rally that turn? Like, is that ever a line? Maybe not. But
yeah, I wonder. I think no, because you need 2 attacks. I think is the problem.
Sure.
I think that it needs 2 attacks specifically. So
you'd get 2 attacks. You'd get that.
But the second one, they would have another follower that would be pulled. I think that's the reason why it doesn't work.
Certainly more risky.
But it's close. It's close, and I think that this is going to work out really well. I think Swim can go for the open and then set up to just go rally and close this out. I mean, there are a couple freezes for Bones, so of course rally doesn't help you when your board is frozen. But there are still buffs from Cythria.
Yeah, Cythria and War Chefs are all providing buffs. So even if the freezes come, yes, it will stop some of the bleeding, but it will not be all of it.
Yeah, and no blocks can happen here because of the fearsome.
Right. Oh, and even Shen. I guess Shen's actually not gonna get the value there. And this freeze also represents, hey, no ruination this turn. So now Swim gets to do the additional math here. This Hearthguard is going to the problem for Bones here, only one of these cards is going to be cast, so take your pick. They're all essentially, with the exception of Catalyst, they're all blocking one of these units. And I don't think it's going to be enough, Casa. I think we are going to see Rattling Bones afflicted with the curse of second place and Swim entering an illustrious crew of 2-time Fight Night champions with this attack.
Yeah, among players such as Winding God, Saro, Guardia, I believe, are the only 3 that have done it. And Swim is going to be the 4th to ever get a second Fight Night under his belt. Bones joining the club of the likes of Stan with 3 second place finishes.
Yeah, Stan's curse.
Stan eventually got one, so maybe Bones coming back next week.
And what's even worse is that since Bones was the second person to get the 3 seconds, he doesn't even get the curse named after him. So it's just the actual worst.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Swim able to take that down. I mean, we can talk about it, talk to him in a potential interview coming up, but man, the work of Swim, Kuvira, and team and building that lineup has certainly paid off dividends in this week's Fight Night, Casa.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it here. The story of the series, the Swain TF working wonders against Swim's lineup itself, because, well, Swim wasn't teched for it just like the rest of the tournament. But then when it came down to War Mother's call, I was a little bit concerned for Swim, but I don't know if he was. I think maybe I'm missing something about where his lineup is good against War Mothers, because I think likely they expected, the pillars, the War Mothers, and on the other side expecting the scouts, and that's why they picked this. But Swim, got you on the line now, man. Congratulations on winning your second fight night. This is the second time you've come here and done it. Lineup looked great. I mean, just how you feeling right now coming off that win?
I feel pretty good. It's only the second, really? Okay. Yeah. No, I don't know. I played pretty all right. At the end of the day, it's just like so much of it is lineup construction. Fiora Shen deck works really well. It was a cool version of the deck. Ashnok's not so much. I'm gonna delete that one forever.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it from the beginning, and I had the insight of having watched your stream with you and Kuvira playtesting and really talking about the lineup. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's been a couple of times we've seen lineups play out and win against the matchups they called, but this week was just like it's like you drew up the script, and we're gonna have to throw this. Oh, wait, this isn't really a script, but no, I mean, it's like you drew up the script for this fight night and took it down.
And yeah, I think it just comes down to kind of like predicting the meta and just making sure your decks are synergistic and just work really well against like everything. Like Kuvira and I have a very in-depth process. We spend literally like a day or two before the tournament running all the matchup tables, running all the different like permutations of lineups, different ways to build. And I think that's probably my biggest edge. It's just I just spend more time on like all the prep stuff.
Yeah, I think it's really noticeable when it comes to lineups because you tend to have something different than the rest of the field. It's never like you come to one of these tournaments and you have just the quote unquote 2 top decks. I've never seen you come to a tournament like that. It's always something unique, either in the archetypes themselves or just the builds are very different. Like the Shen Fiora, for example, was something we hadn't really ever seen. And I just wanted to quickly ask about in the final against Rattling Bones. It felt like his lineup was maybe something you hadn't fully prepped for. The War Mothers, of course, I think you were probably ready for. It did seem like you were ready for that deck. But TF Swain, how do you feel about that being picked up and brought here to this week's fight night?
TF Swain trashes my lineup. Honestly, we kind of forgot about TF Swain. And there's one good reason for that. We should have expected TF Swain just because Bones was playing this week. That's the only reason. I don't think anyone else would bring it, but Bones loves that deck. And it was a bit of a weak point. I could have definitely tried to prepare a little bit more for it.
Well, at the end of the day, you were still able to take the win against the War Mothers twice in a row. So your lineup paid off. It worked the way it was intended, and you come away with the win. So you'll have another opportunity to come back next week. Blevins, do you have any final questions before we send Swim off?
I mean, it's the same one we always like to end with. And Swim, you're familiar with this one now. Do you have any call-outs? Anyone you want to see, you want to play against in the next fight night?
Am I allowed to call out any EU players?
I think
does that not really work?
You know what?
I mean, I don't really end up playing against them. It's just
you know what? Here's the thing. We do have Fight Night EU, but the rules still say that EU players can come over and play. They have to deal with the time zone, but I think you're welcome to call out an EU player if you'd like.
I'd love to call out my good pal Alan ZQ. It's really a shame that he went 0-2 today. And I'd like to give him another shot at redemption.
All right, Swim. Well, we'll see if we can get Alan for another week in a row. But
more
this
of a
time
troll to Alan than
on the but anyways, Swim, congratulations once again. We'll see you next week for another installment of Fight Night, and we'll see if you can continue your dominance in the tournament, man. You've been doing really well the past couple times you've been on. So excited to see what you bring next time.
It's always a pleasure, guys. Thanks for putting these on. You guys carry the tournament scene in this game. It would not exist. Thanks very much.
Thank you for the praise, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Well, congratulations to Swim. He does it for the second time. He's able to pick up a Fight Night victory, and we'll see if he can find his third next week, or if Rattling Bones will finally break his curse and pick up his very first win. Or
it stands curse. Okay.
Well, it stands curse.
It's called stands curse, but
also we could see a new champion crowned, as we'll have 6 new players showing up for the next week of Fight Night Legends. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.